Right. Do you know what? That's kind of weird. I wondered why I was singing in my head. And then I looked up and it's got Paul McCartney and the Wings from Live and Let Die. And is that not? So I must have subconsciously looked up and saw that and started singing it. And then, because I'm sure that's the same thing. I mean, but sometimes I do that where I haven't even looked and I'm tuning in, but I don't think I think it was more of the first one. Right. So if we don't get another thumbnail, I'm going to hold this little. So that's a bit cringe. We need to put her somewhere safe. Put her back there. Oh my God. Shit, I nearly dropped her. This is what I mean. I'm kind of like, I know what I'm channeling. That's how the masculines feel about the feminine. Like you're a glass angel that's very fragile, that may already have a tiny chip in its wing. I don't know how that happened. I think she gave it to me like that. You know what I mean? You're very, very fragile. Someone doesn't want to break you into a million tiny little pieces, because they might have already done that. Metaphorically, right. Um, sorry, not sorry for how intense the channeling's coming through. It's astrology. I'm blaming the astrology. Right. We're just gonna fuck around and find out, see what comes through. So if you've never been to Mediumship Monday before, um, yeah, it's a space for the loved ones and spirit to come through. Um, I know the intention that I set, so I'll just see what happens, but I'll be able to tell if people are arriving at the energetic door. But I'm going to shuffle these until people arrive, if however many are coming back. Hopefully Connor comes back. I think there was a reason why you were pulled on at the end of that and then be here for this. And anyone else? Right. So I'm going to read this to begin with. So give us a card for the divine feminine and the masculine feminine side. I was going to go, I was going to say at first, like one card for all of us as a collective. And then I went with divine feminine. So now I'm like divine feminine, divine masculine. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to do a card for divine feminine and then I'll get one for divine masculine. So both could resonate with you, or you might lean more towards the other one, regardless of, I was going to say regardless age, that too, that gender. Right. The feminine, so this can also be the masculine's feelings. The good geisha. 18 for me is one of my symbols of divine feminine because I was born on the 18th and I'm a divine feminine. But also 18 is the moon, which is also feminine energy. It's also hidden things. Um, well, if we go with the Pisces route, confusion, illusion, fear. I mean, it can be connected to loads of things, intuition. For me, I've got a slightly different spin on the moon card because I can see how I am here to dispel the confusion, illusion, expose the frenemies, enemies, give you a heads up before somebody's about to stick the knife in, metaphorically. Um, well, energetically, literally, well, no, literally, but you know what I'm saying, like in the, you know what I'm saying, guys. 18, there's a lot in it. Right. So let's see. Why is she greeting? So this is for the fem. Oh, they opened up at the book. This is for the feminine or the masculine's feminine side. Wait a minute. I'll put it in the. Stomach, you can't be rumbling. We're not going to be eating anything else, okay? I told you we stop eating at a certain time. Sorry, I was talking to my stomach. Except that's not too strict. Because when I get off, I need something to ground myself. So, oh shit, was I meant to reply back? Now I can't stop singing in my head. Oh, good. I'm glad you came back because I feel you arrived here for a reason. Right. Like I feel there might be a message for you. So, for anybody that's watching on replay or newbies, what else did I put in there? Ah, it's the booking link. That's what it is. By the way, right, so I don't know if you saw my post corner, but the things that I was filming towards the end of the week, right, I was going on about the Hello Fresh guy being late. I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, this is why I stopped getting that in May. He fucking left it in the street. He left it in the fucking street. Like, I don't even know how to deal with that. Like, aren't you fucking stupid? Like, I don't like talking to people like that, but do you know what I'm saying? You know, when you're having these things, like when you're getting deliveries, like, leaving the locked bed or, like I always just basically say, leave on my fucking doormat. There's not too many things that I'm going to be bothered about, you know what I mean? But now I just say, just take it away. If I'm not in, take it away. But the guy never even rang the buzzer. Like, I was in all night. Do you know what I'm saying? So I was fucking livid. I was right on the phone to that HelloFresh because it had been sitting there for hours. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I get food poisoning, that's on you. That's not fucking me, you know. But I have not had food poisoning, and the stuff I've made is bagging. And I think you will. I'll tell that story after I read these because I feel, yeah, I feel your dad's going to come in on the energy of me talking about that because it was quite funny. Because it was my dad's reaction to something was quite funny and blunt. Because if people think I'm honest, and I just tell you how I think, you ain't met my dad. there's a reason why I'm like, I mean, I am just me, but there's also a reason why I'm like that with some things. And I do think whoever I pick up on tonight, I think I am going to pick up on dads. So dads, granddads, because Saturn rules Capricorn and we're still in the Capricorn new moon. See, and now Charlotte's here. So again, I can't promise things, people, but let's see who all. That's what I feel I'm going to be picking up on. So, welcome, Charlotte. How are you doing? Left in the street and no buzz. It would have been long gone in Glasgow. Oh, let me tell you, long gone here as well, because it happened twice in the summer. I couldn't even blame them. It was in the summer. It was either last year or the year before, and it was, it was a bigger box. I think I'd spent like double rather than because I think on average, I think it's like it used to be under 30, and then it was like I think on average it's 30 to 35. And then I noticed I think I had something, I think I had it at more anyway. The cheapest I can get is like £32 or something. But that one I'd got was more because I was treating myself because I hadn't had it for ages. And so somebody would have really lucked out. And the only reason that the people didn't get it is because one of the neighbours brought it in. And let me tell you, the neighbours tried to tour my pillies in November. And then they did that. Somebody did steal something of mine at Christmas. So I'm fucking looking at people, when I'm going up the stairs, I'm like, was it you? Was it you? No, I fucking know who it was. But anyway, it was like I'm not even kidding. Like I was raging. I bought a nice red candy cane. In fact, I will tell people this because I had such a traumatic Christmas. Nobody's heard the story. But yeah, I was I was praying that this is actually quite funny. I was like, if that arrives right in time for Christmas, then it's a sign about something, right? And how weird is this? That without me actually saying what it was about, read between the lines, I think it's quite obvious. I was like, if that arrives right before Christmas, then that's a good sign. Well, it did arrive right on Christmas Eve, but somebody stole it. So just say I had like put something out there that if that arrives before Christmas, something good's going to happen, or union's going to happen, or something like that for a lot of people, or even me. And then, and also it's kind of funny, it's a bed cover as well. And well, union did come, the bed cover came, but somebody stole it. That's quite a deep message, isn't it? Like what was meant to be mine ended up someone else's because of their lack of integrity. So now whoever the fuck chored my Christmas duvet cover has to live with themselves every single fucking night. Cheeky bastards. Anyway, so moving on. You can tell I don't take too kindly to thieves. I just think it's really hacky, dishonest, and embarrassing, really. But when we can't prove things, you don't know. So anyway, moving on. But it did, you know, that message did stand out to me at the time. I thought interesting because it did arrive. It just didn't go to the right place because of somebody else's dishonesty and lack of integrity. Should have been delivered to me. Where was I going with that again? Yeah, so with the boxes, yeah, it was stole once a couple of years ago. I think it was stole another time that year. And then the last one I got in May, and I got fucking sick of it. And also, I'm like, lazy bastards, just deliver it to the door. You know what I mean? Like, I don't agree with that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, it's a service for a reason. And it's one thing dumping it behind the door in the stair, but actually dumping it in the street. Are you fucking kidding me? Anyway, so pour them a new one in the chat, the little virtual chat. Who knows if it was a real person? But yeah, my Mars and Scorpio don't play. You know what I'm saying? I got it sorted out. So I don't know that I will be getting another Hello Fresh delivery anytime soon, but I probably will because I've had a lot of fun with it. But anyway, I'll get into the funny story about thing. But I had tonight. I had it was what was it? It was pork and apple meatballs with a like onion kind of caramelized onion sauce. They were tidy. I had them last night and then I had them again today, but I burnt the cabbage to it was black. So I was filming the shorts. I went again. I was like, oh, whoops. But it was still quite nice. Um, and the funny story just quickly about my dad was I made it was, you know, it was homemade hash browns and then like with salmon and then I put an egg on it and stuff. But I had it for my tea instead of my breakfast because that's what it was meant to be because I was going fancy and I thought I'm going to get the posh breakfast. And then it was really weird. It was like I had it for my tea 2 nights, and then I sent a picture of my dad, and he was like, "Oh, I'll be along soon," like joking, like as if he fucking never climbs the stairs yet. But anyway, but it was like, and then basically the long and short of it was, I was being sweet, and I went to the bother of making the hash browns last night, but I added a bit extra flour, and they were dry as fuck. And my dad doesn't hold back, and he was classy about it, but I was like, he is not enjoying. Like I took all the stuff along this morning, and I was like, he is not liking that. But what it actually is me and my dad are the same like this, right? Because I used to write on all my dad's cards and stuff like, we're the same, we're the same. And but actually we're not the same in a lot of things, but this is where we're exactly the same. I like I don't like eating breakfast stuff at different times. I know I just said I had that for my breakfast, but I can make pieces like I basically like you know, I used to have a bacon roll every day. I don't do that anymore because it wasn't doing my ass and my weight any good. But it was like, you know, I like, you know, like breakfast food. That's my favorite. Or like, you know, I didn't eat eggs for years. Now I eat eggs every day kind of thing. I'm a bit random like that. But it's kind of like, you know, I like a yeah. You know what I mean? Like at most days I have like boiled egg on toast, you know what I mean? But it's like that's basically what my dad's like. So it was like it was too fancy. Do you know what I mean? Like he just wasn't digging any of it. And he doesn't like salmon and that. You know, he'd always rather my mum likes stuff like that. But the point is it was just so funny because it's like even if he tried to lie, I'd be able to tell, but he doesn't even but he was still grateful, you know what I mean? But then it was funny because it's like I'm the same because it was like I was like, do you know what? See if I'm honest, like I have fucked those hash browns up because I was trying to make them a bit bigger because I had two and I was trying to just make us one bigger. I said, and also, um, I had this for my tea. I'm not digging this for my breakfast. And like it was all quite funny. And then I didn't say this to my dad, but I don't think I'll say it to him later or if he I don't know how often he watches these, but I'll say it to him. I think it's funny. I'm like I said it to my mum, I was like, if you think about it, that's happened because it makes a funny story. It would have been a boring story if you had both really loved it and that's it. You know what I mean? Whereas now it's like a really funny memory for long and whenever they're not here a long way away from now. Like I'm always that's it was a funny moment. And then like I said, it was even more funny because I couldn't argue it because I'm the same. I'm like, I don't like really about as fancy as I go for my breakfast is I love eggs Benedict, but all eggs Benedict is like, the muffins, the bacon, the hollandaise sauce, that's it really. So it is fancy, but you know what I mean. It's kind of easy too. But I love a fry up in that, or just a bacon roll, and it's deviating from the plan too much. And my dad's just the same. He doesn't want all that bells and whistles. He just likes us. So the reason me saying all of that is I knew when that happened today. I thought, oh, I feel it's a lot of the dads wanting to come in, and a lot of the dads wanting to come in that were kind of similar. That like you like what you like and that's it. You don't want all this fancy shit, you know. It's like, so we'll get to that in a minute. If that sounds like that was anyone else's, then but right, let's read this. So let's hope I don't get any more parcels that are fucking chores because I'm not appreciating that shit. And karma's gonna get me, fucker. Anyway, you are clever. You know how to play an impressive game of strategy to win approval and gain allies. Oh, this is seeming a bit dark already. Even without always noticing it consciously, you can sense what people want. Oh, wait a minute. I started talking shit and then I haven't even put the things in. What was I doing there? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, no, I can't find. Is it here? Right. So this is for people on replay, the booking link, and oh my God, it's disappeared. Fuck off. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Right, I'll put that and then what else was I going to put there? And Charlotte, would you like your new moon cards? Because you can either get them tonight or uh, later on in the week, probably towards the end of the week. Um, right. So for everyone else, there's the booking link, the general one. And if you want a 15-minute reading, there is the link, or you can use my PayPal too, but I've not put the PayPal in, or you can just use the dollar button and you can donate anything. I'll pull you a few cards as well. And we'll set a wee goal. Um, I don't know. I don't think that's realistic. That I'm going to put a bit more time on that because, like I said, I can rewind the adverts. I'm not that precious about because if I'm really tired, I'll just not watch it. But I think, like I said, I'll be wired. I'll need to wind down. Um, You can hear my big claw nails tapping on the thing. Right, okay. Now we can read it. So, did I see what you were saying? Charlotte, are you ready going to bed? No. Left in the... Yeah, I read that bit. I'm sleepy, finished work, and been asleep for a couple of hours. Slept most of yesterday too. Well, you must have needed it, Charlotte. You're going to have various people, pigeons, foxes queuing up for your next delivery. Our dads would be pals for sure. Yeah. Yes, please. Right. Okay. So let's. So just remind me if it looks like I'm going to say bye and I haven't pulled your cards. Be like my cards. I'm sure I'll remember though. So the good geisha. Right. So where were we here? Even without always noticing it consciously, you can sense what people want. Sometimes you're so good at showing others what they want to see that you forget how beautiful you are when you're just being you. Oh my God, of course, that's what I've already been. That's what I was saying on the other one when I was talking about the girl from Love Island. Like, just stop fucking putting on this act to like how you think the guys want you to be. Just be who you are then. Because you're attracting, it's like, it's weird, right? She's attracting nice guys, but she's attracting like the dark side of them. Because that guy that was chatting her up, he is a nice guy, but it's like he's just, I mean, it's just started, but he has just basically, you can already tell he's put her on the not discarded her, but you can already tell he has because he finds the other one more attractive. And I would say it's got nothing to do with her looks because she's really pretty. She's unattractive because she's like, oh, I don't deep things. I'm just like really fun, and I just like, I'm one of the guys, and you can just like treat me like shit and just like sleep with me and use me, and I'm just really fun. I'm like one of the guys. Listen, Ted, that didn't work in the summer. I'd maybe cut that one out. Maybe start, palling about with one of the other birds, even some of them that are a lot younger that have got boundaries and standards and don't just fall for the hot guy. You know what I mean? You might be hot, but you're toxic as fuck. So I'm going to go for your pal that's still hot, but not going to treat me like a pile of crap. You know what I mean? like, or change it where it's relevant. You know what I mean? Or it's like you can come back when you've learned some fucking manners and boundaries. You know what I mean? But you're hot as fucking. I don't want any of them. I want you. Mic drop. Sorry, but that was quite. I don't want. I don't want that showing off fucking nasty, fucking fake side hair flip. Come back and when you're being you. Right. Okay. Anyway, so put some passion into that, didn't I? So, sometimes you're so good at showing others what they want to see that you forget how beautiful you are when you're just being you. Exactly what we said about that girl. That girl, by the way, could be any of us, regardless of your gender. But your time has come, the time to unveil the one true real you and attract the allies who are not interested in what you can do for them, but who love you for who you really are. OM fucking G. If you didn't watch Aquarius in the fourth house, which unfortunately I didn't put in the title, but I'll try and squeeze that in. It depends how that was quite a good title, so it depends how relevant I feel it is. I'll put in the Aquarius playlist so it can be because sometimes they make me forget to do that so that anyone just watches it. Because when I limit it to Aquarius or the fourth house, people might, oh, I'm no Aquarius. I mean, even though I say all the time it can be anyone's. New people don't know I say that, so they'll just not watch it. Mm. Um, but yeah, if you're new, this is what happens. Like I basically spoke about that in the last one and used that girl as an example. And that's why this card's coming out. Because although this is a feminine's card, feminine energy can be male or female, and this is also the masculine's feelings. So it's exactly what I'm saying. Like, just stop trying to be somebody else. We're about to go into Aquarius season tomorrow, and that is about be your fucking self. Everyone else is taken. Like, maybe it was cool at some point to be like all your pals. Now it's not. In the new earth frequency, it is about, and I just feel all the time, it's about being yourself and standing out for what is unique about you. You know what I mean? It's like me being in a fucking sea drowning of twin flame healers and all these other people talking about twin flames, I still do my own thing. Do you know what I mean? Because I do all these other things and I explain it in such a weird way that makes sense to the people I attract. That's my soul tribe, our soul family. I'm not giving a fuck. I couldn't hear how, neat thumbnails and all this shit, and the thing is, like, I dabble with thumbnails and shit too, but like, seriously, things change that much all the time. Who knows? Like, sometimes it's like, oh, you need to have an amazing thumbnail and title and it. And now the latest date I was saying what I actually have done for ages is like, just having a fucking picture. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I'm expecting that's what it's like, oh, I just got used to use thumbnails and now they're saying don't even put words on the thing and all that. It's like, oh, fuck off. You know what I mean? So just be what's true to you. Because if you're not being true to you, you're actually attracting people that are fake as fuck. And that's why, even if you're not watching Love Island, you can get what I'm saying through it. But if you're watching Love Island, you'll surely see what I'm saying. It's sad when you're watching it because it's like, that guy treated you like shit because you were allowing him to. And he went, the one he ended up walking off with, I mean, he's, God knows if he's with her now, but it's like, the one he's ended up walking off with was a lot younger than her, but it's because she was like, no, I'm not fucking allowing myself to be treated like this. You know what I mean? Okay, she didn't back then, but it's like, it's because he did start to show genuine remorse. But I don't think he's a very good example because I've not got high hopes for that. If I'm wrong, I'll be surprised. But anyway, so you are ready to opt out of a game that most people play unconsciously. It's a game of image and appearance at the expense of the true self. And if you, God, for those people that were lurking on the last one, the whole thing about that is someone has attracted either one toxic person with lots of different faces, fake smiles and bad reputation, or several different people in the same character in a different person. So basically, when you're not being yourself, you're not being true to yourself, you attract fake people. It's a game of image and appearance at the expense of the true self. So many people are so used to playing this game that they no longer realize they're doing it. They don't really know who they are. Oh my God, I just said that, I read that bit, yeah. They are afraid to really find out. They live behind masks that appeal to others, but slowly starve their authentic self, denying the opportunity to experience being seen and to receive real love. Any promise of success, love, or wealth that begins with contorting yourself into something you're not is a false promise. It cannot deliver anything worthy of you. So, you might get the thing, the relationship that looks good on paper, even the marriage, and the 2.45, whatever that saying is, the fancy house, the cars, and all of that. But sometimes, not all the time, sometimes these can be the people. And that, now it's like not whenever, but a lot of the times they'll flash up things usually from like a long, long time ago. But they did just flash something up in my mind there. One of the many stories I've got of my younger years of like, yeah, because I can say that just generally. I've had that quite a few times over the years, like married guys hitting on me, and it's like you're fucking married, like what the hell, you know what I mean? And it's because it's not real. They're not happy. You know what I mean? But then the problem is you've got toxic women that be like, who cares? You know what I mean? And the thing is, I'm not one of them. I'd be like, I don't look at my face. I don't respect that. You know what I mean? I couldn't care how fucking good looking it is. Like, go fucking sort your shit out. And you know what I mean? Don't come near me again. You know, it's like it's yeah, but it's a shame, really. Although I'm saying it in quite a harsh way. Remember, the sun's in Capricorn. It's because people don't really know who they're not. You've been pressurized into something, and then if you're chatting up birds in a club that aren't your wife, well, you're not very happy, are you? And it's moving on. So, they don't really know who they are, and they're afraid to really find out. Yeah, I've just read that bit. Any promise, you are not one of those fearful souls, but you know what it is like to have been caged in an invisible prison, a way of thinking and being that is not good for you. In times gone by, your soul has been shackled, your voice silenced, your true beauty hidden under the more appropriate and acceptable guises, your intentions misunderstood, and your words misconstrued. You've been like a beautiful wild creature captured, though somehow you could be tamed and changed. Fortunately, your sacred rage. I think I was channeling that for everyone. Although that's not an example, because in these situations, because again, I'm not even kidding. Remember, if you've never heard me saying that, I've got my Venus in Aries, which anywhere in your chart is spicy, sassy. But because mine is in the fifth house of casual relationships, aka Lex, that's the house of Leo. Although I've got fuck off stamped on my head, I still do attract these. Well, not now because I'm never out, but like I still. Well, anyway, I've went down that route before as well of saying you'd be surprised. You know, people can pop up anywhere on the beach. Fucking anyway, but it's kind of like, um, yeah, you know what I mean. It's like it's a test, but it's a test I always pass with flying colours because like I love myself unconditionally. Like, sorry, I'm worth a lot more than fucking somebody just being attracted to me because of like, do you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot more of myself than, oh, I fancy that today, even though I'm a greedy fucker and I've got this, that, and that. No, you can fuck off. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Sadly, not a lot of people have got self worth. They're not able to do that. They're like, oh, somebody finds me attractive. Somebody's paying me the slightest bit of attention. Do you know what? Okay, watch Love Island if you don't know what I'm talking about. There's some, I don't know who, some of the ones, I don't know if it was last year or whatever. Sometimes it's really impressive how some of the like ones in their early 20s must have, I don't know, they've either got therapy young or really learning from people that are, some maybe some of them are watching me, but it's like, no, you know, watching people talking about boundaries and stuff. But some of them do have really good boundaries and they don't settle for crap and stuff. And like some of them are just embarrassingly the other way. And it's like doing like what I'm saying, like uh just try to be somebody they're not to keep the guy. And it's like, what's the point? Like, you know what I mean? Because you can't keep that up. Or the same, guys doing that for girls, you can't keep it up. It's exhausting. Um, Fortunately, your sacred rage and divine defiance has rattled the cage of your past, forcing the door to swing open. You can and must continue to set yourself free. Be free from the expectations, opinions, and projections of others. Be free even from the self image that you convinced yourself you were supposed to be. Be afraid to discover the depths of your own being coming to life. If you do not, you shall bind yourself to a life far too bland for the colour and majesty of your soul. Being what another wants you to be is false promise of love, and you're destined for love, real, wild, pure, and true. Make sure you start by giving it to yourself, and then you can share it with others and receive it from others too. Fucking love it. Right, so let's remember, I'll take a picture of it and then I'll read just put it back to see if it comes out again because I'm going to read the thingy after it at the end, as long as I don't forget. So that's so true. Hello. Um, I'm doing it again. Why do I always want to call you? Wait a minute, please. I always want to call you Leslie, and it's not Leslie, is it? It's something totally not. That's so funny. Why I always want to call you Leslie, and that's not your name. Gwen. Why? Why do I call you Leslie when Gwen is nothing like Leslie? I done that the last time too. That is so fucking random. Have you got any connection to a Leslie? I'm sure somebody on the live stream the last time I done that is so random. Be funny if your name's not even Gwen either. It is Gwen, isn't it? Great. Oh, for fuck, it's not Gwen. Oh my god. I done it again. I think I done the exact same thing the last time. Gretchen. God, dyslexia strikes again, but it's quite funny. Having my problems and I see the light. Frankie Valley, Grease is on right now. Grease is the word, is the word that I heard. Oh my god, this is a life of illusion, wrapped up in trouble. What are we doing here? What's in Love Island? But I like watching Love Island. Yes, why are we trapped in the Matrix? Why are we trapped in the Matrix? Imprisoned, cornered, and stuck. And also, that was Divine Feminine's card, and Tiger's Divine Feminine. Right, sorry. I'm already in that Aquarius vibe of being a bit wild here. And also, I'm sweating. I feel like this top would start showing. It's I don't usually sweat like that, but I felt like I think it's the material. Right, it's hard in here. Um, the heater is up full blast, but the window's open too. I've really been feeling that challenge lately to be my authentic self, but it's so liberating. there's so much energy in just being yourself. I guess it takes up a lot of fuel wearing a mask. Yes, it does. It gets too exhausting. And I've worked plenty. I still think of marriage as being so sacred. It blows my mind thinking of people staying in dead marriages for years, but I guess it's hard to get a bird's eye view of the situation when you're in it. Yes, I think because I've spoke to so many people that have found themselves in that situation, like, because I'm not even kidding, like the amount of times I've had a heart to heart, whether it's somebody I know a bit better or like a fucking stranger, because sometimes the stranger's been like, I'm married, and I'm like, well, why are you chatting to somebody at a club, and why do you think actually telling somebody you're just going to, like, I mean, maybe some women are attracted to, I think some women are attracted to that because they think they've just fucking, I don't know, done something really, I don't know because it's toxic, but uh, yeah, I think some people are pressurized into things too young, and then once they mature, they're like, I shouldn't have done that. So it's, uh, and then I can think of they keep flashing up. I can think of another time where it's like yeah, some people definitely do get their cheapies out of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to keep that life, and I can still pull whoever I want, and it just so happens I want you. And then if you're that person that lets somebody have that, well, forgive yourself if you couldn't see through it, but like if you can see through it, then that's on you. Like, don't let people do that because it's like I think I mean, that's borderline narcissist. You know what I mean? To anyway, this is this is all very relevant for Venus conjunct Pluto. Toxic, like control, because Pluto would be the control, and Venus would be the romance. We're not going to call it love, like the romance aspect, and that would be somebody that just, I can, I'm doing it because I can. And then the Aquarius bit would be shock surprises. You know what I mean? That would be like all these stories of when people are being found out on fucking Tinder and that. I don't know. I don't know if it's because of what I channel about all the time, but it was like something flashed up that the other week. It was like, and then I realized it was an advert for Tinder, and it was like, um, people being found that like married couples finding their spouse on Tinder. But then someone was like, "This is so obviously like a plan," because it was like, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, I should have saw through that." Because it did something felt fake about it, and then I was like, "This isn't." But people do that. It's crazy how many people do that. I think that is. I mean, there's no words for how fucking disrespectful that is. But that's when you think there must be like arrangements with some people, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But now Grease Lightning's on. That's like John Travolta, like rocking, rolling. I'm cool. I've got no feelings. You know what I mean? That's like the male equivalent of how I was describing the girl on Love Island. Oh yeah, I don't deep things. I've not got any feelings. I'm not getting my heart broken by all these toxic guys. I'm just really fun. You know what I mean? It's like it's whatever. Treat me like no. Don't, that's not a good message to deliver when you're on the telly, because you're going to attract them when you get off the telly, and the people that you're on the telly with are going to think, oh yeah, she's all right for a bit of fun, but she's got like no substance. Anyway, right, let's get the masculines card. Um, the West just makes a mockery of the whole thing. People get married before they know it. The meanings of the words love or love. Yeah, exactly. It's like that line in that Just Us song, something about unconditional love. Yeah, people just getting married, then fucking divorced the next again, years spending fucking thousands of pounds. It's embarrassing. Um, right. Not in this lifetime. Society makes toxic seem sexy. It's like if you go back to a toxic ex, they've become 10 times hotter in your mind. Yes. The only reason you should be going back to and I don't like the word ex because I don't know, I've never liked the word because I just feel, I don't know, it's just a horrible word. And like I've always said, I love about my twin flame. I don't know, I don't know how he refers to me, but I don't call him an ex because we were never a couple. So I'm glad that I can't call him that. Uh, we're just a tragic case of it never even got to be a proper official something. So it's, but and in some way, I'm kind of glad of that. That we can't refer to it like that. But um, the one that got away. Oh, I like that. I like that. You've just put authenticity. Boom. Yes, thank you. I will get to these donations at the end. Right, so. But I feel when somebody has truly went through a spiritual awakening and done the healing work and trying to be a better person, there is something in that. But I mean, use major discernments, you know what I mean? Because you just don't know. There's so many people that say whatever the fuck they can to get into people's pants these days. Right, so true, isn't it? Right, so and we saw that exemplified by that Harry guy on Love Island in the summer, who was the one that was mucking about the Helena that I'm talking about. And that, like I said, I get really serious about that because that was horrible to watch. It really was. He was just lying to her and lying to the other girl, and they both knew that he was lying. He just kept lying to the two of them. Like, and then I think he was cracking on with somebody else. Like, there's horny, there's taking it another level. Do you know what I mean? That's just destructive. But that's why I'm like, then I would always go back to what the hell has happened to him in his childhood or something that's making him that messy. And that's why I actually ended up really liking that guy because he broke. It was genuine. I could see that he was actually having a breakdown. Oh yeah, he was massively in his ego, but he definitely had a breakdown in front of us too. And then, like I said, you know, let's Google it. Let's Google it live. Is Harry still with? Oh, what was her name? Is Harry still with? My God, I can't even remember her name. That's terrible. Oh yeah, it's Shakira. Oh, oh my God, they are. What? Talk about Aquarius shock surprises. Yes, Harry Cooksley and Shakira Khan from Love Island are still together as of January 2026, having become official boyfriend girlfriend, planning major steps like buying property, though they initially took things slow after the show, maintaining privacy while navigating the relationship public interest. Well, holy shit. That's good, but I tell you who's really toxic, his ex, because she is fucking weird. Although I did see I did see something that it was quite brutal, but it was like, yeah, it was brutal. There's no getting around it. It was like, but she's fucking weird. So actually, do you know what? I'm sure I used her as an example when I done one like that at the time. She's a great example of what I just channeled on, Psycho X, because they lived together. They still owned a house, and she was still manipulating him and be like, I could get him back whenever I want him, like all that kind of shit. Then she actually went the bother of coming on the show, like following him on the show. Weirdo, red flag alert. Then making out she didn't want him, but I knew right from the start you do want him. You're so obvious. This is embarrassing. And then I think everyone else saw that, and she was just really bitter and all of that. And then she kept trying to put off. Like actually, the one thing she did see though is she saw that he was just using Helena, which sadly was right, and she was threatened by Shakira, and she wasn't wrong because they're still together. So she'll be fucking raging at that because she's lost control over him. So I like that. He broke that. See what I mean? We're proud of him. There's a good example of somebody that was toxic, but they've learned from they were humiliated on TV, had their ego death on TV. That's quite brutal. And but learned from it and is doing right. Let's hope he's no fucking doing the dirty behind the scenes. But you know what I'm saying? Like it seemed genuine. And they both have Venus and Scorpio. That is extremely hot, but could turn very toxic. Just saying, if you both have that. But um, but at least Helena didn't get her heart broken for no reason. You know that was a shame to watch that happen to her. But they're still together. And the thing that's nice about that Helena, she was even, although he was really horrible and really hurt her, she still couldn't not be his friend because there was something a bit weirdly lovable about him. He's quite annoying, and then he actually started to look quite attractive to me. But it was like, um, and it wasn't the toxic energy. We grew out of that a long time ago. It was because I was like, he's actually, I can just see he's like a wounded. I could see his like wounded. You know what I mean? It was like I felt sorry for him. Um, but yeah, that and then that she was even happy for them being together. So you know what I mean? I want to see her with somebody nice. Um, Anyway, bloody, 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 blah. Let's see. This will be just as relevant. This is going to tie in. But anyway, that was it. That Toxic X, a shorts popped up and it was like, so this is not what I think, but I did think it was funny. She's like, I've had texts from people And this is why I think she's lying, because they're not allowed to text people. But she was like, I've had texts from people that are going in there or that are already on it being like, help. Like, meaning that the lineup of people we had to choose from was like some. I'm sorry to laugh, but I did think that was quite funny because when I looked at the picture too, I was like, regardless of age, because let's face it, these are people that are all a lot younger, but I was like, I would like, no, like there's nobody on there that's like, they didn't put any of the really hot. I'm struggling to even remember. Ronan Keating's son's on there actually. He seems like a nice guy, but again, it's like, yeah, none of them are. Do you know who I want them to put back? He was hot. Jax or something. He had like extreme ADHD though, and he had a bit of a breakdown live on the telly too. But they need to put him back in. And I can't remember anyone else right now, but it's like, but they put the hot girls in, but it's like I don't maybe none of them are. They're all a bit nicey nice, like I'm not saying we want the toxic guys in, but they're all a bit too like cringe for my liking. But anyway, right, okay. So, what's the masculine card? Blow people away with how much this is going to make sense with what I have already said. Opposite, genuine, and unfortunately, truth, authentic rarities are that light that threatens exposure. Exactly. Oh, the Velvet Queen. 25th of the month could be significant. So that is the day before the monumental shift of Neptune into Aries the next day. So this is Sunday. Right, let's see. This is for the master. I'm burping, that's when I'm clearing energy. And it's lovely that the caramelized onions are coming up. Just in case anyone needed to know that. Right, so the Velvet Queen. A rare prize is to be bestowed upon you. The universe is confirming that the most luscious dreams of your heart are being nurtured into manifestation, Divine Masculine. To this end, you shall be given a saving grace, an intervention if needs be, to. You need to check that light's on. If the mic goes out, can people put mic emojis because it's been on a while? To be open to receive, surrender, doubt in favor of unconditional trust. Oh my God, there's so much about trust. That came out in the one I just done before this. Like someone's really needing to have blind faith and trust, for, like that they're being guided in the right direction this time. Through your trust and optimism, you will make it easier for the universe to give you a most deserved gift. Now, I know a lot of you will like the word universe. Personally, for me, I would change that to it'll be make it easier for God to give you your most deserved gift, but you can use what you want. A rare prize is worth the effort to attain it. Exactly. I can already see where this is going. I've never read this before. That's what my whole point is. And it's just so relevant for the last degree of Capricorn Sun. What is a chat? It doesn't matter. Like, and I've had enough like I said, I've had enough conversation with young guys the same age, older men, to know, and the twin flame journey to know that even if a guy is saying if you need to put in the effort and all that, it's not attractive. It's bullshit. Like on a subconscious level, the birds that just put out like that, they become less attractive because you think, well, if they're going to put out that easy for me, then who else are they doing that for, right? And it's kind of like, whereas if you actually have standards and boundaries and love yourself more than, oh, I'll just fucking, you say jump and I'll say how high and I'll just fucking do whatever to fucking make you happy. It's not attractive. You know what I mean? And this is why this is a masculine card. A rare prize is worth the effort to attain it. If you don't need to work that hard to get it, what's the point? Like, and that's why I always say, I've got Saturn, which rules Capricorn in Scorpio. If I don't have to put blood, sweat, and tears and fucking risk my life and fucking humiliate myself and everything to get what it is I want, what's the point? Oh, obviously, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but Christ, what I've been doing 5 years this year, I think that's actually quite spot on. like, I could home that into the YouTube channel. I've said this before, I'm not talking shit. I've had people from the very start, like 10 years ago, want, like, talent spot me, want to build my channel, and I've said no. Not because I wanted to self-sabotage, because I want to do it myself. I'm like, nah, I'll keep finding different ways until I crack the code, and I'll be even more proud of myself because I didn't just, get somebody to do it for me. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know loads of people that are, that are doing really well, or either like people that are quite well known that have done that. That I know how people have had a leg up. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. And that's fine if you want to do that. Like I said, Capricorn can be quite ruthless. Those people with Capricorn placements, actually, it's always been people like that are like, yeah, that will do anything to get us. That's not the way I want to do it. I like to put in hard work to get somewhere. And then I'll allow myself to have it, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But it's, so there's something with that. Your efforts will need to include loving discipline. Loving discipline is not about trying to bend the world according to your will, but rather about readying yourself to align with the spirit of what you want to receive. So the masculine is currently being guided to, or you've went through this journey of aligning your soul, your energy with what you see as a rare prize, what you want to attain, doing the problem solving to get what it is you want or get who it is you want. And you've had to use loving discipline with yourself to put up boundaries with everything that comes towards you that isn't what you want, whether that's in love. If you want to see what I'm talking about, watch the one that I've done before this. Temptation that people have fallen for that wasn't worth it, they end up a nightmare. You learn from it. You don't beat yourself up for it forever. You learn from it. You realise that if you hadn't picked that, you might have always wondered about the ho-ho-hos. You wouldn't have known they were the money grabbers, the whatever, all that. And again, I'm saying that in jest, although with some people that is literally what's happened. But I'm saying it like that because it's like it'll be different for different people. But that is what we saw came out there. It was ridiculous how many times came out about giving money, broke out, all this kind of stuff. There was somebody was after somebody for their money. Like this masculine group are clearing their energy and like want to gain success or love the right way. And right now there's a video on that has spider webs all over it. I don't know why, but they're dressed as spider webs. So how crazy is that? That's actually quite nuts. And because spider webs is black magic, everyone knows that I say so. To receive rather than attempt to take by force requires strength, trust, spiritual intelligence, and courage. It's easier to try and force things from a fearful place, which would be, toxic masculinity, like control, but it is more effective and empowering to learn how to attract and receive through consciously chosen surrender. This allows the universe to do its best work for you, God. Anyway, I'm just going to keep doing that, is it? To surrender is not about passivity, but doing all we can do and then trusting life enough to let go and allow the outcome to be what it will. Basically, that this is about the masculine. So let's use the love as an example with that storyline, true story that I just picked up on for somewhat a group of people. That would be someone that is clearing their energy, clearing their energy of the toxicity, the energetic hooks, doing what they can themselves, going to other healers, going to therapists, doing everything you can to be rid of the energy that you now see is not for you. And you don't need to be at the end of that journey. You could be right at the start of it, in the middle of it. But, making a conscious effort to do all of that. And because, like I always say, it's about making the effort. There's nothing more attractive than nobody even putting any ounce of effort in. What's attractive about that? Especially if you're putting in a lot of effort and somebody else is doing nothing. Why then should they get a chance for you? Like, that's not in any way, shape, or form matching energy, is it? Like, you should have more respect for yourself than to let somebody just get what they want because they've showed up. Like, what, do you want a fucking medal? Do you know what I mean? If you've been like running a marathon and they can't even be arsed to start the race, like, I don't know where that's coming from, but it's coming from somewhere. But I feel I'm mostly talking to a group of masculines where you have been putting effort in, but I think the fear is coming up because it's like, what if it's still not going to be enough? What if the damage that's been done will never be erased by my efforts? And, you know, that would be a very real fear. And you have to surrender to trust that it will, your effort will be enough and it will be seen by your queen, because queen came on flash when I said that. I'm taking that as like awakening flash. It reminds me of the lightning bolt. This allows the universe to do its best. Work for you, right? Okay, so I already read that bit. Yeah. It's about trusting that there is a great and generous intelligence expressing itself in our lives, and if open to it, great treasures are bestowed upon us. So you've got to be open to it. So the discipline spoken of here is about changing your consciousness. It asks you to release issues around self-worth. Oh my God, that is exactly what came up in another live stream. That always happens when I do 2 in a row. Why should you not be empowered and assisted by the universe to create a life that fills you with joy and feels just right for you? Of course you should and can and will be. Release any lack of self-worth that would get in the way of you opening and complete trust to the universe. Hashtag God. The Velvet Queen assists in shifting the mind from scarcity to prosperity consciousness, where we feel we can receive precious gifts with an open attitude, neither holding on to them out of fear nor pushing them away out of shame or guilt. So where the masculine has pushed away precious gifts, well, and their actual divine counterpart, their divine feminine. And if you didn't see the other one, spoiler alert, I pulled out false twin flame when I was already channeling in quite a sassy, weird way, like I do. But Aquarius is about being weird and wonderful and that, you know what I mean? But it was so clear, I was like, that, and then that made sense when that came out. Somebody tried to convince themselves that something else was right when they knew all along it wasn't. Like, but you've pushed it away and like, I don't deserve this, I'm not worthy. And that can all be subconscious or it can be conscious. When she enters your life, and it can be toxic people around somebody being like, you're never going to do her right, you're going to fuck her over, you're going to cheat her, or, you know, she's going to get sick of you, or once she sees the real you, like, yeah, toxic people. When she enters your life, she brings a sign of abundance headed your way. This might manifest in itself in varied ways in financial wealth, career opportunities, increased love and affection in your relationships, or a sense of living in the rich fullness of life, spiritually as well as emotionally material. That is the Empress. That's the motherfucking Empress. The Empress to the Emperor. The Empress is abundance. The Empress brings abundance in your life. She brings precious gifts. When you're a divine masculine emperor, it is only your true divine feminine empress that can do that for you. The way you'll see eventually, time will tell how someone isn't, is they will drain your energy. They will drain your finances. You'll feel like a bit of shit. They might even speak to you like you're a bit of shit. The Empress doesn't do that. The Empress might get pissed off. They might set boundaries. They might do things that aren't, you know, perfect, but it's like they embody love and empowerment and being your best self. But you see how if you're not ready to be in that healed state of mind, you'll be like, that's high maintenance. That I need to put in effort with them. I don't need to even fucking try with them. It's all about your consciousness. Like some people are attracted to easy. Some people are repelled by it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You pick what one you are. So she also indicates a prize that is worth attaining. It's said that the sweetest fruit. Oh, maybe I have read this one before, and if I haven't, that's really weird. I think I might have. But remember when I used to say that, like, there was a thing I found, oh my God, it was so many years ago because I found it when I was in my, I'll tell you when I fucking found that. I found that when I was in Neptune and Pisces starting out 14 years ago, 14, 15 years ago, because it was about, it's very relevant to what I'm channeling actually, and the last live stream. The ones that are the boys that are worth it. Now, excuse the gender and all that shit. We never used to say that. We never used to have to say this, and now fucking everyone, my fucking it does my tits. And but anyway, I can't help it. The little thing was about a boys and girls. Okay, so if you got a problem with that, get a life. Change the gender if you want, whatever. The thing. So basically, the boys that are worth it will recognize that climbing to the top of the tree to get the juiciest apple at the top, i.e., the girl they want, is worth it. The ones that aren't worth it, that aren't the one for you, will take the rotten fruit off the ground or the low hanging ones. I think it was about the rock. Do you know what I'm saying? That is so relevant to what I done the live stream I just channeled. Very relevant because we had fake smiles, bad reputation. What else? Karmic ties, and she's licking a knife. I used to think she was licking a snake. Did not mean that to be an innuendo, but you can take whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? It's like everyone's attracted to different things, I guess. It's very relevant. And this is what this reminds me of. Um, she indicates a prize that is worth attaining. It is said that the sweetest fruit is at the top of the tree and therefore worth the climb. Oh my God. I mean, do you see how relevant that is to what I was saying about Helen on Love Island too? She is not making anything difficult for these guys. And actually, the guy, I think his name's Shaq. He's, I think out of all of them, actually, he's probably the nicest actor because I'm struggling to remember who else. Yeah, all the rest just seem like wee boys. He might even be quite young, but there's two guys that I honestly thought they were the same. I think if people are watching, trust me, when I do this, I always feel like I'm talking to myself, but there are people that watch this, that watch Love Island, that will be laughing quietly with me. Maybe one day they'll admit it if I see them in the street or something. People don't, because they don't admit that that's what I find funny about this. For people to admit that they watch me, they would have to they'd have to admit that they were watching me on here, and people never do that. But yeah, that Sean guy and Tommy, like they almost could be the same guy. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they definitely pick characters for each season, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. They're very similar. Like they look quite similar. They've got a similar kind of character. Um, but yeah, they're just wee laddies, man. I think, I think one maybe is a bit older, but they're just, yeah. But that other guy is quite attractive, and he was to her, and then instantly this other girls came in, and he's like got the yoga, you know what I mean? Um, and I don't know, we'll never know, but I don't think he would have been as easily swayed to her had Helena not been that. Yeah, it's just me. I'm one of the guys. That kind of it. It's like it's just who even are you? Like this is an act. She's a Pisces, so I know some of you are Pisces is again unconditional love, kindness, very psychic energy. But Pisces is like merging into other signs, lack of boundaries. So it's about copying too. So I would say she's a bit of a chameleon. Like she just becomes who the person wants her to be or who she thinks you. So you got to be careful about that when you've got Pisces placements. That you don't just allow yourself to become like the person you're with. Um, you don't lose yourself basically. Um, so the Velvet Queen lets you know that your most prized dream is within reach through a combination of letting life unfold as it will and your own disciplined efforts. Don't give up. I love that this is a masculine card. You cannot make the fruit on the tree grow faster. That will happen according to the rhythm of life. But you can certainly do your part to be ready to climb the tree at the right moment to savor the sweetness of success. I've done. I've love that. Especially because it was about the boy climbing the tree to get that's amazing. Um, right, okay, so this is the bit where remind me people to read this before I end this, because now we're gonna do so what was 18 it was, wasn't it? Where did I put the cards? I like them though. I did specifically choose them because we're about to go into Aquarius season. I think they've got a really cool, unique. Right, this is crazy when I do that. Where the hell have I put them? Where's some cards? Oh, there they are. Um, oh, so actually, before when I do the cards at the end, let me know if when I get to whoever's, if you want one of these, then the people that have donated, I will use these. Here's I might just put any one of theirs. Right. Now that's see the way my guides talk to me. Did you notice I was just going to put anyone in the place, and then I found the one. That's a channeled message. I was just going to put any card in place of the one that it was. So that could definitely be somebody that felt they could just put anyone in the place of their divine counterpart because they were afraid of the real thing, and you can't. And I believe the people that resonate with this know that, or at least pay attention. Oh my god, sorry guys, bye. That was my time. I'm joking. It's fine. I'll watch live. Love. Actually, do you know what? It gives me something to watch tomorrow when I'm having my time off with my wee doggy pal. I'll probably watch it tonight and tomorrow. Oh look, I'm starting the mediumship bit at nearly my twin flame numbers. That's interesting. I do stuff like that a lot. Um, right, opposite. Yeah, read that bit. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, couldas just hinder progress. Building substance to one's self via ego's hot air. Yes. Quality, quantity, exactly. Therefore, poor self-esteem that leads to low-hanging fruit, even being attracted to it, to having a low opinion of yourself when it comes to what you're worthy of. Cough, toxic mothers, cough, cough. Yes. Well, Connor, you have been working on your hard, and you have been working hard on yourself for a long time now. So I hope that that is behind you, because you definitely deserve the best of the best. And so do all of the men out there that resonate with that. Human nature tends to default to filling internal voids and numbers, plugging the leak with hollow distractions. I was going to call you Leslie. Like, Gretchen, you're just, you're coming out with the gold there. When your love for your mother isn't reciprocated, it teaches you to never let that happen again. And an easy way to do that is never to go for someone you actually love. Yeah, Connor, I'm going to remind you of everything you're saying right now the next time we do a session. I hope you know that. I will take all of this in, but no, yeah, sadly it is very true. But that is why I am such a big fan of therapy, but also hypnotherapy, because that's when we can get into the subconscious mind and clear that. And that's what the Divine Masculine's card was, but you didn't see that because that was at the start of the live, the other one about raise, reclaim, reprogram. And that's why, to be brutal for a minute, with Sun and Capricorn, Capricorn is the father, and I feel I'm about to channel a few of the dads that are hanging around. I don't, yeah, it's like, once you realise that, you can do something about it. The problem is the people that haven't connected the dots with that. You know what I mean? But even that, I'm sure, because you're being so honest here for it, I'm sure you would even admit, even when you do know where it's coming from, that can be scary to do something about it. I would say that can then add another huge years of time, or however, it's different for different people, of being ready to go there to face that. That's why a lot of people give counselors a run around. You know what I mean? It's just with me, people can't. They know they can't do that, because if they do, I'll point out to them. You know what I mean? Like, I'll point it out to them. Like, I don't think I don't see the. That's why. Like I always say, my counselling journey is such a fucking book in itself, and it will be a book. It's like, that's why my therapy part is counselling and coaching now. Because whenever I've just tried to do therapy alone, I always just go into coach mode, because coaches get you to places quicker. Whereas counselling, you could go to a counsellor for years and never be sorting something out, and you could just be going in and just fucking talking about the same shit all the time and never going near the thing you actually need to. Because I know, because I've done that. I loved my counsellor and she helped me with a lot of things. But I also know there was things I could have went really deep with. And I was just a expert at, like, talking about something else, you know what I mean? But to be honest, it's because I went through so much traumatic shit on my course. There was plenty to talk about that, you know what I mean? It's just, yeah. But I could see me going to therapy at some other point in my life and talking about stuff I actually know would be good to. But because of what I'm saying about hypnotherapy, I think I'd rather just do that. Hypnotize myself or go to somebody else to do it. You know what I mean? It's like, because you don't need to stay stuck in that programming. Right. But the one thing you can't get around is you do have to be like the guys in that live stream that I've just filmed. You're going to have to stop guarding your heart and trust at some point that the next one isn't going to do that. But that's why a lot of men watch for a very long time, to make sure that you're not a ho ho ho. Ho 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 has many connotations, so you can work that out. I don't mean like a literal ho, but like, just somebody that's going to, like, discard you at the next, like they do in Love Island. Because that's what, again, I know I'm talking about her a lot, but I wonder if something's happening right now as I'm saying this. You know, I do that quite a lot. I'll be channeling the energy of it. What I found quite sad about that guy moving really quickly on the love bomb, whatever they, what are they called? What are they called? Love bomb. That is what they are. Fucking love bombs. Bombshells. That's it. That wasn't a mistake though. Is I thought, oh, I really feel for her because she just kind of started. It was like she was. It's like she was attempting to show her real self, and she said that, oh, I feel safe with you. Sure, she said, I feel safe with you and comforted, which I suppose isn't going to be the hottest. You know, he was probably like great. You know what I mean? Um, and then he done that. You know what I mean? Like he kissed the fucking love bomb bombshell person as soon as she get, and it's like, and she must think, great, that's exactly what happened the last time. But except this is like 2 days in. Do you know what I mean? Like, but again, I am taking it back to you set the scene for it. You know what I mean? But she then, yeah, it's a shame. Right, okay, so I am going to use, I'm just going to pick these up. This is quite an interesting mix of just a whole load. Oh, look, I love you right in the top. I love you, twin flame journey. I'm sure not a lot of people would feel that way, but if somebody is realizing that they love you, your prayers are being answered, your prayers are being received by the divine, answers will come soon, although in perhaps forms you didn't expect. So I feel that is for some of the divine masculines out there that you're awakening the twin flame journey, you're accepting your feelings, you're not pushing them down, and you're praying for the answers. And okay, so this is a bit of a big random mix, but I want to tune in to some of the dads, and I explained because what the hell is that? What the fuck is that? What are you? What are you for? This is a mystery. It's like a fake kind of like a coin. What is this? I have no idea what that is. We'll just chuck it over there. Right. So I just tidied up over the weekend. Well, tidied up in the case of all the it's very Capricorn new moon. All the cards are in piles, and now I just need to put the piles away. Sometimes they're all mixed up, so well, God knows when that'll happen, but it'll happen at some point. Just hoovered around them. What's this? Your smile illuminates my soul. It makes me feel whole. There's no part of me that your love cannot fill. From the first moment we met, I am forever grateful, and I count my blessings each day. Beloved Jewel. My God, that's quite a romantic one. Right, could we get some of the dads though? Because I did feel that energy. And then I'm gonna go on to um Charlotte and Gretchen. Gretchen, you've no idea how much I have to think before I call you Leslie and then Gwen. No idea what that's about. It's going to be a thing now. It's quite funny. Oh God, it's like the Barbie and Brandy thing. Right. What does somebody's dad want to say out there? And then we'll work out whose dad it is. But like I said, I'm going to link it back to, if you didn't hear the breakfast, I'm going to link it back to somebody's dad finds that really funny. What happened to me and my dad today about my dad just couldn't hide that the hash brown was shite. There's no other way around it. It was shite, guys. Because you know what he said? Me and my dad had that on it. He knows I appreciate it. It was just kind of like I said, he could have been a lot harsher about it. He was, oh my God, I just mentioned Barbie and then you arrived. Hello, Barbie. Like, he wasn't harsh about it. I could tell he was wanting to know, you know what I mean? Because I'd made the effort. But he was like, just you try yours. Right. And then as soon as I cut into mine, I was like, this is dry as fuck. Do you know what I mean? And I knew it was because I added, like, I just always put a bit of extra flour, you know? And that was where I went wrong. Don't do that, guys. It tells you how much there is for a reason. It said 2 tablespoons. I'll just put an extra one in, make it bigger. No, it made it taste like shit. Eh, but also, it's because my dad doesn't like the posh breakfast, right? That's really the problem. And then it turns out I'm the same, you know? So, quite funny. Um, So that's, yeah, I just feel there's someone's dad really appreciates that. Like they wouldn't have wanted all that fancy crap either. Right, I've got a mix here. So, oh, this is an interesting one to jump out. So, Bighorn. Now, that book was right beside me, but the problem is I don't think it is now. Oh no, it's, I can see the deck, but I don't know. Does anyone know where that is? Can someone Google it? It's that Sacred Sites deck, so it will be something really interesting. And if I find the book, in fact, let's just take a picture because I probably won't ever watch this back because I don't seem to be watching them, but I might, you never know. So you could be, you could feel very connected to shamanic energy. You could, you know, be connected to this place somehow, wherever that is. And we're definitely talking to some emperors with this message. So look, sovereign cohesion. I feel you've got a strong Leo placement there too. I know who this is for. This is for Connor because I was asking your dad in my head. I just wanted to check. So I feel, yeah, you've got some kind of shamanic guide. This has come through for you before. I remember you had said that to me, and then I've picked up on it. And then with the Leo, with you having the Leo rising, and the emperor, it's like, and also the emperor is the father, so yeah, basically that coming through. And then I've also picked out a prayer card. The Lord is righteous in all his ways and faithfulness in all he does. Everything is possible for one who believes. Mark 9:23. So 23rd of September could be significant. Obviously, that's a long way away, but or it could be referring back to that last year. Right. So what is, and then here's another one. What does the Lord ask of you but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God? And it's got a wee butterfly on it. So I feel your dad is just acknowledging all the transformation that you've been going through because he's always overlooking. Together in Electric Dreams has just come on 1984 as well when I looked up. But it's like, yeah, he's always overseeing your transformation. But I feel with the Emperor coming out, he's like really just so proud of you, of the man that you've become today and the man that you're like trying to become as well. And just really echoing what I said, because it's probably him saying it through me. Like when it's like, I hope that you don't need to repeat any patterns that you've done in the past. And I mean, Connor's still one of the young ones. You know what I mean? It's like, I hope you don't ever feel like you need to repeat that pattern of settling for toxic birds, basically. Do you know what I mean? Because um, you've got a beautiful soul, you're a good looking guy, you've got a lovely personality. Like, you don't need to attract the kind that I've just channeled in that last live stream. Do you know what I'm saying? I think maybe you need to watch that right from the start because you were guided to, like you said, you were guided to hear the last of it. But if you were resonating hard with the last of it, I bet you that's going to be tied into some of your past as well. Um, like I said, I can tell it's going to speak to a few people, right? What? I wonder if your dad's going to chuck a song on the music channel that's relevant. And let me tell you, it's kind of hard to do that when we're only playing with free channels here. They got rid of MTV, remember? So, but you might make one go off the wow, make one go off on the alarm or something. The amount of times I have heard a song in the street and I happen to be replying to Connor, and the song that I don't even know what it is like something that was like yours and your dad's favourites or something. It's kind of funny, isn't it? It's happened like a few times. Or like, yeah, it's always like a random car's past and I'm like, oh, that might be relevant to you. I don't really know what that song is. And you're like, oh, that was like played at a funeral, or that was my dad's favourite, or that's funny. Um, right. Yeah, we're getting a lot of God cards and Jesus, and that's the cards with the enlightened masculine. The Emperor would be like divine masculine, enlightened masculine. This is another Mary Magdalene and Jesus. Faith, hope, and love endure. The cross. I am anchored in love. Yeah, you definitely need to watch the whole of that one I've just done earlier, because for the masculine there was one about the anchor came out there from a different deck. I can't remember now. It was my other wee one there. Um, yeah, but it's going to be relevant. Um, and oh my god, you're not even. I'm freaked out. So I'm not going to. Well, I kind of need to. I don't think you will mind this because you've already alluded to it. Oh, that was posh. But Connor, can I don't know if you, I think you will remember this. I actually did do this in a live stream before. You know how you've already said that about like toxic mums and all of what you said, right? Do you remember what I saw in your chart and why you've had that experience? Because I'm basically holding a card that is exactly what I said to you, and it's so crazy that you said that because it's like, you know what I mean? Like that's what makes it. This is like when I've said this before. There's a few people like that are in the divide. Well, let's face it, that's fucking everyone around here. But like, there's people that when they talk in the chat, I know that it's like I'm giving a message to you, but it's like for the whole of the collective, the people that are in that energy, because, and that's what I feels like happening right now because like you getting the Emperor, which is divine masculine, and then what you said, and then you can't remember it. Well, can I say, like, do you mind if I, because it's basically, I just want to home in on one of your placements and why you would have had that experience. You know what I mean? Because obviously this won't be everyone, but I just want your permission before I say it. Um, I've said it millions of times before because when I've said, "Hey, do you want me to read your this placement and that placement?" People are like, "Yeah, bash on." So, but I just like I'm all about permission, but it's kind of nuts because it's just crazy you'd actually said it in this live stream, and then it's coming out. But remember, I'm bringing through a message from your dad, so it's like your dad homing in on like just basically agreeing. Um, yeah, I'll just leave that one sitting there just now. Um, feel joy in all you do. And then there's another prayer card. Come to me, all who labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. He will cover you with his feathers. He will shelter you with his wings. And I know that, you know, I actually feel that's your dad saying that he does that for you. Like in the moments where you feel alone or you're really missing them, it's like, because it was this it's not long been the second anniversary. Was that what it was? And it's reminding me of another scripture that's quite like that. It's about binding, don't know if it's like binding broken wings or wounds or something. Because I remember I found it at quite a pivotal time in my life when I was out. Well, actually, that was funny. It was me and my mum took my nieces to the bird sea life place, and oh my God, they're like angels most of the time, but they were both not angels. Let's just put it that way. Like I was like, wow, I've never taken them out again. But anyway, the point is, before they got kind of like a riot, the oldest one picked up a little pebble and it had that scripture on it. And it's like that just flashed up at me. And it's something really quite lovely about feeling really low, but God healing your wounds or something. I can't remember exactly. It'll probably be kicking about in my room. Right. So anyway, because you said yeah, to bring it back to what I was meaning, we got Lilith, dark dim. Now, look, I never read these cards from the book, right? I think the only times I've ever read them from the book, and I've definitely never read them all the way through, is when I'm doing something homing in on Lilith specifically. And, you know, but so basically I'm just homing on the fact that it's Black Moon Lilith, and Black Moon Lilith can be about empowerment, and it can also be where, you know, like I said before, it can be where people are jealous of you, like where you actually shine and people are jealous of you. But it can also be about the Dark Mother. And this says Dark Divine Mother of creation, but I'm homing in on dark, not so divine, Dark Mother, Lilith. Like a lot of your learning has come from having a Dark Mother, you know, like someone that, like, I mean, there's, yeah, just treated you in no way, shape, or form in the way that you deserve to be treated as a divine being, as a child of God. You know, I could go even stronger here, but and but the reason I was saying that too is that when I looked at Connor's chart, I was like, oh my God, because like it must have been like I was channeling something like that anyway or something, and then I saw that it's because your Black Moon Lilith is right beside your moon in Cancer. The Cancer is the mother, the moon is the mother, moon in Cancer, and beside the Lilith. That's why it's like, even if I didn't know you, even if you hadn't said that, I would have said something like that to you. That's how real astrology is. I can see it in people's charts. But it just so happened I knew because Connor had shaped. But you know what I mean? It's kind of crazy, isn't it? So that I would say, you know what I mean, is the terrible experience that you have had is the making of you. It's made you the divine masculine that you already are, because you've been putting a lot of energy and effort for years now to be the divine masculine. And I believe you said to me, the grown up that you want to be, like you already are that, like the fact that you're making such an effort. And that is what your dad is proud of you for, because it is hard. Like I said, you could have just been like a lot of other people and be like, my mum was toxic, so I'll just be toxic. And you know what I mean? And like and I respect that honesty, actually, that you said. Whatever you said back there about, you know, you could get, I could understand that without being a guy, you know what I mean? It's like you could, I could see how you or anyone gets pulled into, I mean, you said it once on here very brutally, like, you know, a lot of hot birds, you know, there's a lot of birds that are hot, but they're going to ruin your life. But, you know, sometimes people go, hey, fuck it, I'm going to get drunk, I'm going to fucking, I know this is a mistake, but I'm going to walk right into it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and like I said, you're still relatively young, but even people that are my age, you know, that's, you know, oh my God, look, this is quite funny. These cards have been missing for ages. And I'll put them there because I'm going to finish your message, but that feels relevant. Yeah, so anyway, right, let's check in with some of these. But and also, can I just say as well, the other hidden bit, I'm feeling a lot of activation at the crown chakra, is hidden in Connor's chart. So those placements are hidden away in one of the water houses. So it's like you could easily hide that pain from others. If you didn't want people to know that, you could easily hide it. So I feel that'll sadly resonate with quite a lot of people. Yeah, look, you said it up there. Poor self-esteem that leads to low-hanging fruit, even being attracted to having a low opinion of yourself when it comes to what you're worthy of in love. Therefore, when you're in that energy, it makes sense that you would reject somebody that is perfect for you, imperfectly perfect, your divine feminine, because you feel, I don't deserve this. You know, or if this is a trick, I'm going to lose it. As soon as I get it, I'm going to lose it. Which is not true, guys out there. So I can help you with that. Human nature tends to default. Oh yeah, I read all that. Right. Okay. So that's Gretchen spouting the. Wait a minute. See, everything that was right. The divine truths. So happy to finally catch your live, miss you all. Yes, glad you're here. Quite dehydrated at the thought of these hash browns. They were shite. I'm dehydrated now thinking about it. Oh my God. But like I said, a long time ago, away from now, when my dad wants to come through for a message from me from the spirit world, I think he'll mention the hash browns. So there's a reason behind everything. Although there's lots of funny stories like that. But I'll try again. What I said is I'll go again next, or yeah, probably next week. Well, yeah, next week or even the end of this week or something, and we'll just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's one of my favourite sayings as well. Like, what was funny was I ate it. My dad didn't really eat a tiny bit of the hash brown. My mum ate it and she quite liked it, but my mum's really polite, right? And I was like, if she tells me it's dry, I knew it was dry though. And she was like, nice, it's really nice. It's a bit dry. I was like, yeah. And then I told them what I'd done with the flour, and they're like, that's what you done. Whereas the ones I made for myself were perfect. It's just fucking, you know, it's like when you're not, it's like this always happens to me, right? The dishes will be done, the kitchen will be tidy, you know, I'll hoover, everything will be great, right? And nobody's round. The minute one of my fucking pals drops round, and my best pals are real best pals anyway, like, you know, they accept me for whoever I am, but it's like proud when I've actually, you know, when it's, you know, wow, you've really made an effort. Or my mum will come up and the sink will be full of dishes. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? And then they don't believe you. But it's kind of like that always happens to me. But actually, most of the time I do. Like even I made a right mess making all the stuff last night. You know, all the stuff from scratch, all the shit. So it's easy. You know, make it all. But I made a right mess, and I made sure I cleaned it all up. Like I don't really like waking up till the mess. Whereas before I used to be blind to that. I wouldn't like it, but I didn't have any energy. Uh, but ADHD problems. But um, what was I going to say there as well? The thing about your Mac will sleep soon unless plugged in and out. Like we're going to have to take the mic off. How low are we talking? 10%? I think I need to take this off now. You won't be able to hear me for a minute. Right. I just keep adding more on the timer. Oh my God, it's actually horrible. Like that heater. Thank God the window's open. The heater is up full blast, but the window is open, but it's getting a bit. Let's just get rid of this. That won't help. Oh my God, my back's sweating. I had a hot water bottle in my back. It's really not that cold here. Oh, it's a lot milder just now. Right. Yeah. I fell asleep, but I'm back. Oh, you fell asleep. Yeah, that's because is it your day off today? Would love a message from my family if you could please. Yes. Well, today I am. We'll just have to see what comes through. But so just hang around. Well, it's up to you, but you know what I mean. I can't control it, but I have got to. Bringing through Connor's dad just now, and I feel I'm picking up on dads and granddads if I'm honest. And but you never know. And I've also got to do Charlotte's cards and um Gretchen. So, but we'll see. Like I said, I can't guarantee, but we'll just see what I pick up on. And when I say dads, like I could pick up on your cousin that was a dad or something, but I don't. But I can't guarantee. So, um. But the fact that you're saying it, it's always good to make it known people because then they might come through another time. Especially because I don't want to be here all night. I'm just being honest. Um, thanks. I know I will never repeat that pattern again. I don't think you will either because you've done too much work on yourself. Like it would just be going completely backwards. We would still love you and be proud of you, but I don't. You're not. You're too intelligent. It would be a total waste of energy to. Yes, you're not going to do that. Right. 100%, my entire personality has been framed by my relationship with her or lack of. Um, Sounds like a soul that's been around the block a few times. I can imagine the train wreck of my life would have been if I wasn't aware of her glaring issues at such a young age. Knowing I was fucked up is the only thing that saved me. You're not fucked up. She fucked up by losing you. And I'm very proud of you that you decided to cut her off because that's what needed to happen. Because she was that bad, guys. And that's not everyone's story, but that's Connor's. And if I'm speaking out of turn, he will tell me. But that is definitely how I know he feels. And it's not easy. Even when somebody is that obviously toxic, you do still want to keep giving them a shot. From all the people that I've spoken to, you know what I mean? There will always be that part of you that's hoping they'll change. So that's a very brave thing to do. And remember, that's not everybody. So you can set boundaries, but you don't need to be cutting them off. But there was no other way that was going to go, was there? Like she would have kept manipulating you and like pulling you down. Um, Whereas sometimes you can set a boundary and someone gets a message that stop trying to fucking manipulate me. If you keep doing that, you're not going to, fucking eat my dust. And but it's different for different people. Um, Nope, at work today. Yep, it's all good. That's fine. You go ahead and do them. Hopefully, my uncle who I called that. Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll just see. Don't tell me too much. But because you've said that, we'll see when I get to then. I can relate. I am learning forgiveness, but it took years to get to that point. Yeah, yeah. So truth and cavalier. Yeah, thank you. Right. Okay. So What else does Connor's dad want to come through and say? And thank you, Connor, for allowing me to channel this, mate, because I know it's really deep, but it really helps other people. and I'm proud of you. And I feel when I am proud of you, but I feel when I'm saying I'm proud of you, I feel it's your dad saying it. I can relate to that. My real dad was the same, Connor. Um, Connor's dad's like, no me, I'm fucking perfect. It's fucking ma. See, oh dear. See, that's his humour. I can tell the way I'm saying it. Oh dear. Yes, exactly. You got to cut off. Yeah. My ethos is that I don't need. Oh, and hello, Becca. When did you sneak in? You sneaked in with the hearts. My ethos is that I don't need anyone that can't live without me. At least not day to day. It's not worth trying to keep crappy family members happy. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's like I always say, like, look, bar the obvious one, the reason why I'm fucking doing this all the time, I want to help myself and help other people. I'm not wanting to hear from any. So, like, look, I say that kind of, I say it sweepingly with a little bit of jest. There's a few people that, like, if we didn't part in bad terms or something, and I don't know. But like I said, I kind of do know, because I'm like, look, I'm like, if I've not heard from you in fucking years and like I'm happier and freer and not got toxic karmic people and cycles around me, why are you popping up now? It's like when I said as well, there was a few months ago, I kept getting this thing from Instagram being like someone's trying to add you. I'm like, I've not been on there for 10 years. And it's not, I'm just kind of like, why? And I know why. It's, you're not going to write your karma about by trying to fucking friend me. I'm not want to be your friend. So it's not going to get, I'm not logged in and I'm not going to be logged in anytime soon. Do you know what I mean? So, and the funny thing is too, is I'm thinking, that's funny because I was your friend. And so that means that the person unfollowed me and then they were going to the bother. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I was just really embarrassed myself. Uh, Moving on. Fast away, because it could be absolutely anyone. But it was honestly, I was getting an email every day for a wee bit, and I'm like, this is fucking nuts. Um, but it just shows you, I knew it was a sign of people that start feeling guilty for treating you like shit when you didn't deserve it when you're a real friend. People that just jump in the bandwagon and side with people that, you know what I mean? You just, when you don't know the whole story, you shouldn't think you know the whole story. But it's people that listen to, you know what I mean? The majority. The majority aren't always right. In fact, in a lot of cases, you know, it's people that are singled out and gaslit, flying monkeys. And then it's years later you find out, wow, we fought wrong with the wrong person. That's when you need to have a word with God to be forgiven, you know. Oh, that's a bit heavy, isn't it? Right, okay, so what do you want to say to end this message? Oh, I know what you meant to me. I meant my dad was like Connor's mum, yeah, I know. But his dad just wanted to pop in with a wee funny. Um, right. A wee funny. I am not dead. That's the card I always say is creepy. Um, Also, the song that's ending is "There's no stopping us." So this is quite cute, but I feel your dad saying like, you know, um, just you keep going the way you're going, and I'm always going to be behind you cheering you on. And I'm not dead. Like, you know, I'm still here in another way. But I also think he's just having a laugh because that card creeps me out. It's like the one that's like, I'm standing right beside you. That always creeps me out because I'm like, what, beside me or beside them? Focus on the positive. Again, another card I don't like because I don't like the word positive. By the way, I'm assuming you can hear me because I took out the mic. But yeah, you can hear me. Like because of the delay, I'm just did people reply to some of the shit? Yeah, you have people have replied to things I've been saying. Focus on the positive. I think just in general, it's about if things are getting to you, just focus on exactly everything he's came through and said. Like if you think about all the things you've had to do over the past few years and how far you've come, it is amazing, you know? Like you really have like moved quite a few mountains, you know what I mean? Comfort. Archangel Azrael, I am with you in your time of need, helping your heart to heal. So it's perfectly understandable that sometimes you're going to have a bit of a wobble and be like, am I good enough? Have I done enough? Fear of, you know, self-sabotage, like all of that kind of stuff creeping in. But when those moments pop up, that's when your dad is the closest. And I'm gonna go before my eyes start watering and look at how that card matches my nail varnish. Let's just appreciate that. Right. Is there one last thing you want to say? Yes, thank you for entrusting yourself with a few of us unknown strangers. Yes, absolutely. Acknowledge your feelings and focus elsewhere. Right. Communicate with your angels. You have the ability to connect with the beings of love who surround you, communicate with your angels, and deliver their healing messages to others. And quite simply, I would say that's what you've done in the chat tonight because it really helps other people to know, either that are chatting, as you can see, or for the other people that are watching and not chatting. I'm just going to be a spokesperson because I can feel them, but I very much hope you find your voice and speak at some point, men and women, that when anyone has the courage to share about the difficult experiences like what Connor has there, it just helps people feel less alone. And actually, unfortunately, every now and again this happens on here, usually in a Scorpio moon, Pisces moon up next could be quite likely. Really any moon, but Scorpio moon's usually when it happens, when it's like it's quite unbelievable how many people have had very toxic experiences, you know what I mean, that are quite similar. And it's interesting when it's not like this isn't a romantic partner, this is a family member. Um, so yeah. And again, it just gives a bit of an insight to the fact, like when I say, oh, what I do on here, the drama when I channel the signs is nothing like what I do in sessions. That's what we mean. You know what I mean? The Lord. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What to say, wee Jimmy? You're fucking freaking me out. Remember that remember that scripture that I could remember that was written on the pebble? What are the fucking chances that I have just pulled that out? My mind is blown. God has blown my mind. Connor's dad has blown my mind. The Lord heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalms, I can never say that, 147, 3. That's crazy, isn't it? That is the one I meant. That's why he just chucked that one out. So don't be surprised if you actually see that somewhere else. Oh, do you know what's quite interesting as well? The song Gambler, Vision Quest is on. And Vision, so I don't know how that song goes, but it looks like it's from a film. I think they're all from it's Limel's never ending soundtracks. I think I pressed record because we know how we feel about songs. But Vision Quest is a shamanic thing, a vision quest when you go inwards to open up your third eye to get the answers, which is what your dad is there with you while you're doing that. And like I always say, for those of you that are the Saturn and Aries generation, which is what Connor is, and there's a couple of you in the chat that are that, that is, the fact that you're doing all this work now is kind of amazing, that like, because a lot of us that are older, well, actually, I'm not a good example of that because I did start young too, but you know what I mean? A lot of people don't, and there's no just start when you start. But I just think it's a good sign if you're taking that. When let's face it, you could be getting caught up in partying and all that kind of stuff and getting lost in the sauce and you had your time of that, but you just done it a little bit younger. Anyway, so take the love from your dad. That was lovely. Right. So I think it was Charlotte. Are you still here? Oh, and that's quite handy because there's 15 minutes on the timer. So clearly this is going to be a bit of a late one. I did think that was going to happen. But that's fine because I'm still awake and that's really what matters. Charlotte, are you still here? Charlotte, however, might not be a bit awake. You're not alone. You have a whole tribe here. Yes. It hurts very badly, but it gets better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Barbie. Um, yes. Are you still here, Charlotte? I just want to check before because I know that you were tired, so there's every chance you might have fallen asleep on this. And also, Charlotte, thank you for that amazing review. That, yeah, I loved it. So, uh, right, okay, so, oh, I need to stop drinking that. I'm going to need to go for a pee. Right, what have we got here? So I can feel the dads coming in because basically I called them in because well it was kind of like did I call them in or did they tell me? It was like I just felt a whole load of dads. This going to sound really creepy. The way I the way I see it is right, like I get my messages come in, when water, especially when I'm near the water, really anywhere, but when I'm walking by the water or when I'm in the bath. But it's not really like that in the spirit world. It's like, they're not watching you in the bath, they're talking to your mind. But anyway, for right or for wrong, that's kind of funny the way I'm saying it. I was just feeling all these, that sounds creepy as hell. I was feeling all these, I just did, yeah, anyway, moving on. New Moon in Capricorn, Saturn, the father energy. I was like, ah, yeah, I feel it's going to be like dads and granddads. And so that's how I knew when Connor said hi and I felt your dad and then when the tough gets going when the going gets tough, that's for you, Charlotte, but it's probably for all of us. And I felt your dad building around because you said hi. And if there's any other ones it's because they're jumping in, but I just knew when so what is it that you're wanting to say? Ah, ships of light. Beam up your vibration, open to star family. Not a coincidence. That Barbie just said that about, you're not alone, like soul family, something like, whatever you said. In fact, what words did you use there? Yeah, your whole tribe here. It's like, I do feel your galactic family, with it being, Aquarius moon right now and the Aquarius season tomorrow and all the planets in Aquarius, like your galactic family are really gathering around appreciated troops. The only way is up, absolutely. Um, let's see. So your galactic family are going to be even closer than ever with this Aquarius energy. For all of us, yes, Blu-ray being. So like I've said before, now notice synchronicity of the blue nails, the blue top, and like I say all the time, um, this card for me is either you resonate with being a Blu-ray too, which wouldn't surprise me that a lot of people would be being attracted to listening to me, especially if you hear all the time and stuff. But sometimes this can just be that I'm the Blu-ray that's channeling this message. So, but I would say for you, Charlotte, you'll know better than me, but I would say you are this too. Direct divine expression, bridge between dimensions. Because a Blu-ray to me is like, if you saw through all the bullshit of the last 5 years and you were kind of like, why is nobody else seeing through this? Why are they like robotically going along with it? Am I fucking tripping or are they? No, they're tripping. Do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, there's something about I feel your galactic family very strongly around you. Um, oh yeah, Gretchen. I mean, Connor will tell you himself, but I have no doubt in my mind he does do that. Like because he gets signs all the time. Connor's delivered signs to me through email quite a bit, and he doesn't even fucking realise. If you only knew, we could probably make a book about how many times Connor's done that. It's kind of once he actually that was not when was that? Because I remember I can't say what it was, but it was like he wrote something in the title, and I was like, "Do you even know that that's that?" And he was like, "Oh, I didn't even know that." Like he was writing it because of something else. Ah, I know what it was, but that'll give away what it is. I remember what it was. He was writing something being funny about him. And then I was like, that actually has a lot more meaning than you know. Yeah, so his Cancer moon being really sick, he does that all the time. Um, just, but right, so, but that's very handy for anyone else that doesn't know that. Do that. Talk in your mind. I mean, you don't even need to say it. Like you can do it. You do what you want to do, but do it in your mind. That's why I always say put your thoughts out. Like they do hear you, but it doesn't mean that I'm always going to deliver the answer every Monday. It's whoever needs it the most. Um, but when you book a session, although I say that too, I can't guarantee they're going to come through. if you've actually booked a session and you really want to hear from someone, most of the time they do. Or, you'll hear from someone. You might not hear from exactly who you want to, but low key, most of the time you do. Because, like, you weren't compelled to book it, especially if you book the mediumship one. But yeah, right. Dolphin baby, Lemurian origin, flow, timeless, adaptable, free, take your time. Yeah. So again, I feel that I wouldn't be surprised if this is some of the same cards that have come through in your personal, Charlotte. But I feel there's something about take your time because you are doing everything exactly when you're meant to. If you just keep following, oh, the dragon cards. If you just keep following the steps you're given and not freeze, that's the important thing here. Um, Decision. I know there's oh, it's always the same message, isn't it? But I can't help it. Decision in reverse. As long as you keep taking the steps you're guided to take, following the signs you're given, and not procrastinate, because we've got decision in reverse, which is always going to be a lifelong lesson to overcome for a Libra moon, because Libra is about, do I go this way? Do I go that way? I'm weighing up this, I'm weighing up that, and you can get caught in overthinking or procrastination. Um, okay, Barbie. And thoughts and rows and yeah, so thoughts, like your thoughts can take over you a little bit because it's an air sign. It's like your thoughts could run the show, and that's basically it. And then the rose is the Mary Magdalene energy coming in, and I remember pulling Mary Magdalene and you're unlisted and wisdom. So yeah, I know what they're saying when I picked up these dragon cards. This is the dragon code really coming through, and you really feeling that energy, connecting with that energy of the divine feminine and the mirror. So I wouldn't be surprised if you've had a dream lately where your twin flames in the dream, or you really feel their energy around you quite close. Me procrastinate? Oh no, never. Um, yes. Um, let's see. Dragon Rider, yeah. So to me, that's always about facing your fears. So it's the same. It's just coming through a bit. If you can keep like focused on. So I feel they're talking about again. It's like echoing what I said, and I'm going to stop for a minute and just try. It's what came through in your personal is if you take the time to make that plan now, which it sounds like you have done that since, but if you take the time to make your long-term goals, your plans, which I know that I think you said you'd started doing, and you don't like, you're open to, oh, that's cool. My son is currently watching How to Train Your Dragon on repeat. Oh my God, of course he is. That's nuts. So you see, there'll be something in that too. I'm sure. Now again, it's a bit like what I just said when Gretchen said that to Connor, is like it's like Charlotte. I know that you'll know this, but they're getting me to say it. It's like because you never know. Like that was what Gretchen said. It sounds like actually Connor did need a reminder of that, and other people sometimes need to hear it too. So you never know. It might seem obvious, but people need to hear it. You know what I mean? And because sometimes when I'm feeling really low, like what I mean, that might seem a bit crazy, but it's like rather than me putting out the questions to my loved ones, what they actually tend to gather around me and remind me to ask them for it. It's crazy, isn't it? But and it's like what I said, like when I meditate in complete silence, it's crazy the experiences I can have. And I don't do it even nearly enough. But I do it's, walking by the sea is my thing. But um they're pulling me to the angel wings right now, so I'm saying that. So what I'm feeling, Charlotte, is if he's got that on in the background, like I feel there's going to be bits that stick out of that film that really speak to you. So I don't know what bits. It might have already happened, but I feel like you'll home in on what it is that's relevant. Um, and because now they're flashing up in the never-ending story. Long story short, when like I let my niece watch like a wee tiny, this was about a year or so ago, a wee clip of it, and I was like, right, we can't watch this because it's too sorry, now I'm laughing about what my youngest one said at Christmas. I'll wait a minute, but it's kind of like that was fucking banter. Yeah, it was. is it a luck dragon or is it a love dragon? And because she's really particular, whatever one it is, she was like, no, Claire, it's love dragon or luck dragon, whatever. I thought it was luck dragon, it's love dragon. And when I rewinded it, she was right. So it's like the kids can sometimes spot things better than us, and but there's something more about something in the film's going to stick out to you. Right. Destiny. And it's gonna, yeah, there's something here really right. So this is for Charlotte, but this is for everyone. If you haven't already set your and I'm taking this on board too, although I was doing this till late last night. If you haven't set your long-term goals, and I'm not talking about just in your head, because I've made a lot of goals in my head, it's a proven fact. Don't ask me the science, you can Google it if you want. But if you don't write things down on paper, it's less likely to happen. There's something about when you actually commit and write it down on paper, that shit can happen. So whether you want to vision board it up or write it down in a diary or something or like a planner. Like I've got tons of these planners and I'm like, I can't write it yet, it's too special. Because I kept going to do it over the weekend. I was like, but actually it was more because it wasn't the moon that it's good to wait till after the new moon. So now's the perfect time, right? So even just a scrap bit of paper, an old envelope, whatever, but write down like your long-term goals. Like I've got one of those, what's it called again? The Legend planners, and it breaks it down like um your yearly goals, your quarterly goals, and then it's like, so I would even just pick like, three big goals for the year. And that might be enough for you, or maybe you're more ambitious and you want more, but like what is three goals that you want to achieve in the next 3 months kind of thing, and then break those goals in down to smaller wee steps. And I can do this in sessions, people, just generally if people want an idea, but you can Google all this shit too. But yeah, Charlotte, homing on you, it's like if you have started that and you've not completed it, like really set time aside to actually do that. And then when you start getting in your head and overthinking, when you refer back to your overall plan, that'll keep you right. There's something about that. And maybe I feel as well because you wrote that, and I think there is something about, although it's quite a long watch, I don't know if you've made notes or something, but like there might be bits of that overview of the year that might just sort of help to realign you as well. I actually feel, do you know what? I actually think I say this all the time, but I think I might do one of them for myself. That would be a good idea. Um, and also it'd be really valuing myself. And if anyone's wondering what I'm talking about, it's the 2026 Year the Fire Horse overview that I'll only probably offer until the end of next month because we start the Year of the Fire Horse on the 17th of February. But it's not that if somebody came to me in March or April and they wanted that, I wouldn't do it. But as long as you understand, obviously it's a review of the previous months. But it would still be interesting. But it's just that, I don't know. I don't do unlisteds a lot, and I do love doing them. And like I said, I love doing that one for Charlotte. But I don't know. I would like to do, especially in the winter. I would prefer to do unlisteds than lives, if I'm honest. But come on, I fucking pray for that every year. It never fucking happens. At least I got one. Um, but I should be flattered that people want, they want that people want me live. And like I said, if you didn't miss me saying that on the other live, quite clearly I need to go live every day because people don't watch my other videos. They watch the shorts and they watch the lives. So I know that. So, I do it for as long as I can. Then I'm like, nah, I'll just, don't know. I'll be live more though. So hope, companions and hope. So yeah, it's like I can tell that's happened on this live stream too, because it's not a coincidence that, like I said, this is apparently Blue Monday. Didn't mean the blue thing with the nails, by the way, but they obviously did having a laugh. And if you're new, it is funny because I usually always wear red nails. It's very rare that I actually change the colour. I do it now and again, not very often. Hope, that card to me is about in a dark night of the soul. So it's kind of like, I know what they're saying. It's like, Charlotte, in the moments where you feel really low, um, like remember that we're here for you. Remember that I'm here for you, but remember that we're all here for you. And you do get guided on here when that is, when you're feeling like that. Dirty Dancing's on right now. Now I've had the time of my life, and all that I need. Peace, yes. And it's like the sense of peace that you get from being with soul family is there's nothing quite like it, you know. Like I mean, obviously I love being here with you guys, but also like in my little private secret parts of the internet that I get guided to, I get that sense of peace too. But there's hardly anywhere where I feel like, well, there's hardly anywhere where I talk. There's other places where I watch and I'm part of the soul family, but they don't know I'm part of the soul family. But you know what I mean? It's like, and it's a nice feeling, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny that, isn't it? There's some people that you watch and you never talk. I'm like, I'm part of here too. Um, or it's like, and then there's other places where you're not. It's quite funny. And then there's that's relevant. So that's relevant because today in the post I put, and there's other places that you need to unsubscribe to because you don't, because it's not, you've woke up to the illusion or it doesn't resonate anymore. And don't let the door hit you on the way out if that's here. I'm only joking. You know, people can fall out of resonance. People actually do that with me quite a lot because I go to galactic and I'm channeling, never mind 5D, it's like fucking 12D fucking and above. And people are like, I don't even know what she's on about. And then they circle back around. Um, but um, yeah, for every person that leaves, there'll be 10 more. So don't let the door hit you on the way out. Um, Just like, you know, be brutal about it. Please remember the sun is in the last of Capricorn. That even goes for twin flames. Don't chase them. They want to leave. Let someone that's determined to leave is going to keep on running. If you run after them, they're going to keep on running. And when it's your twin flame, it's yourself. So remember that. I know it can get really complicated and really fry your head, but you know, it's go inwards. Destiny. You can't cheat destiny. You know, I was asked. This was quite complicated, but I've said this quite a few times. Like, you know, it was quite a cool. There's things that people get stuck in a loop of saying, like, everybody's got free will, and like the more time is it on, I'm like, I don't know how true that is actually. I have seen for myself people trying to cheat destiny and fate, and things come around anyway. So I don't actually know how much free will we do actually have, to be honest. You know, I'm saying that kind of loosely. So I know there's examples, but I know what I mean when I say that. I don't really, yeah. It's kind of like what I say all the time is like, although I was told years ago certain things about my life, the twin flame journey in other areas of my life, and I kept trying to change things. Like I can even think, yeah, I can think of a time in my life when it's like, you know, like I do, like I'm not going too deep into that, but it's, you know, it's obvious. Oh fuck, I'm running out, but it's uh, like I've felt when mine is like ready and what just nowhere near and like kind of and just but not wanted that to be the case. And but you know, tough shit. You know what I'm saying? We can tell we're in Sun and Capricorn. It's like it is what it is. And it's then you get slapped with the fucking harsh reality when you're like, oh my God, like not only was I way off and thinking that they might have caught up with me, it's like this is just not, you know, and it's shit, you know. And then though people do go through a transformation and things change, but that is about if that's happened to you, it's because you're wanting something to happen before the other person's ready. And you've actually just got to let it go completely and focus on yourself. I know it gets so fucking boring when everyone says that all the time too, but it's true. Um, right, why was I talking like that? And also, so Charlotte, you're one, I always do that, but it's like it merged into the collective. What else for Charlotte? But it's really just to not overcomplicate it. Your message is, I hope you've finished writing your long-term goals down. And when you start to overthink and procrastinate, there's something that you need to go back and look at. And it'll keep you right. And it'll keep you. This is what Charlotte's whole fucking reading was about. Financial flow. It'll keep you in the financial flow. I feel it's got something to do with whatever you wrote down about. I've purposely not read what you said. Whatever you wrote down about your finance, because for those of you who don't know this, right? When I was channeling Charlotte's Unlisted, right, a lot of it was about money and business, you know, just focus on goals and all that kind of stuff. And as I was doing that, Charlotte was on the same day writing down working out all of her finances and stuff because Charlotte has been amazing at clearing how much? A shitload of debt, right? And so that's not a coincidence that I was channeling that energy and then you've sat down to do that. So then, however it tied together when you actually watched it, um, you know, it would have pieced together more sort of bits and stuff. But it's I just know the energy I felt from it was amazing. And it was I don't know if that one came out. It might have. It was one like that. But um financial flow, you've earned it, you deserve it. Financial rewards begin to flow and profitable solutions unfold. It's like because nobody can put in as much effort as what you've done to climb out of the debt and not have the rewards going. Even if it's just the total practical matter with the last the sun in Capricorn being that there's no fucking magical solution that happened there. You put in the hard work, you paid the debt, and now you've freed up the energy and you're going to manifest even more. It's just the magic bit now comes after for you because you're not setting off all this worry and fear behind you. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, I love it. I love that. And again, and I feel your dad's coming through saying but I'm telling you, it's the dad's just coming, a blanket, the dads are coming in saying I'm proud of you. Just like my dad was proud of the shite hash brown I made because he was. He was. You know what I mean? It's like I know when it's because like I'm saying, like I could take my dad could have been he didn't need to say anything. I just knew he was like I really want to like this, but it's shite. Do you know what I mean? Like, because he was like, what is it? Like, what is it made of? And then what was really funny was last night I was like, what I've worked out is like, if I ever run out of bread, by the way, I never run out of bread. That's like a nightmare to me. I literally always have bread in the freezer just in case that happens. Um, but I was like, if I ever run out of bread, I can make them. And my dad was like, I don't know if he even said to my mum, but my dad's looking at his head, being like, what the fuck's she talking about, right? And then today, when I said it when I was round, and he went, oh, is that what you meant when you said if you run out of bread, you can make them? And I'm like, yeah, because it's like, it's like if you had an eggs Benedict or something, you would have the eggs and the bacon or whatever you have the salmon on the bagel or whatever it is, the toast or whatever, and it's like you put it on this wee, well, shite hash brown, but they weren't shite when I made them the other day. And but yeah, I don't think my dad will be doing that. But I'll maybe make them again, and you'll see that they were nice when they weren't shite, definitely. Um, but yes. Remind me, Charlotte. I mean, I don't know how much I believe myself if I'm going to do one for myself. Yeah, I do want to. But any other people as well, if you want, Charlotte loved hers. Right, I'm going to read back these. So, my daughter's dad passed suddenly 3 years ago, and his energy is as loud, instinctly, and admissible as an. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Gretchen. I think you might have said that. Feels familiar. Um, um, right, let's see. My son is currently watching How to Train It. I read that. Uh, I get a lot of signs, things to come through dreams. Yes, write them down if you don't. I keep meaning to do this. Would you like me to do this? I might do this in Pisces season, so it's about a month away. But would you like I should probably save this from a book, but would you like me to read inserts, whatever you call it, from my dream diary of when I was working out who my twin flame is? Because they're quite funny. Like it's and also it's like I can tell when it's like I'm talking to my diary like still trying to be cool and I'm like that's kind of a next level of not really being yourself if you're talking your diary and you're still trying to keep it cool. Do you know what I mean? I was writing to myself and it was quite funny. But it was like, it's just there's funny bits like, yeah, I don't know why he called me. I don't know. It's like, and it's like, I can't remember. It's just all this stuff. It's really funny. Sorry, I just spat on the screen, but it's really funny. Um, yeah, and there's just a few funny dreams in that too. It's just so fucking obvious. Like it's just really weird. Um, but I could do that because Pisces is about dreams. I could, if people want me to do that. I think I did read one bit of it once. That was like that was 4 years ago or something. Um, As my review attests, mine was always amazing. Thank you very much. I will put that in the comments after this. I loved it when I read it. I was just like, wow. Um, I went to Circle on Friday and struggled with stuff that happened. Time to step away. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But there we go though with Pisces boundaries yet. There we go with like what I'd said on the other live stream. Aquarius season tomorrow is friends, and what that can also, especially because Pluto is in Aquarius and you know that'll conjunct the sun at some point, but it's conjunct Venus right now. It can be showing you like what friendships do you value and what don't you value, like who doesn't value you, and definitely things to do with romance like toxic relationships. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, just look at how I said it, and then that's what came out with the cards on the shorts. And spoiler alert, I filmed up until Monday, and that snake card came out too many times. Quite creepy. And then it actually came out for the title of the last live stream. So there's a theme. It reminds me of when I've said before, when I have seen in people's charts that they've got Pluto in the 11th house, because that is Aquarius energy. These people, if you've got that, like these are people that I've noticed you can't always spot how fake your friends are, but in the end they fuck you over. And I don't mean it's all your friends, but I have seen it with quite a lot of men and women that, and it just makes sense to me because Pluto is brutal, it's what real Scorpio, and it's pain and transformation, and 11th house is the house of friendship, so it just makes sense to me you're going to attract toxic groups. But I've seen a lot of people not realize it until I've had clients, sorry, I've had clients, I've had people that'll be watching this right now. You've got that placement, and other people will be able to see you've got toxic people around you, and you won't. And even if someone like me has told you that, you won't see. So if you've got that, be extra discerning. But I've noticed people with that can't always see until it happens to them. It's quite like a lot of things in life, isn't it? Um, but I mean, I resonate with some of that too. With my Pluto in Scorpio being in the 12th house of hidden enemies and frenemies. Although I'm good at spotting that for other people, guess how? Because I've had a lot of fucking them too. The people you think are never going to fuck you over fucking do. But, like I've said before about the High Priest seer thing, unfortunately, every person that's done that to me, I have either had a dream or something, some kind of indication that they were going to do that. And I just, oh, you know, it's just a nightmare, it's just a dream. No, I was fucking spot on. Gaslight my fucking self. Anyway, right, so resilience. When the world meets you with indifference, you set in motion a better way. That's interesting that I was reading Charlotte's comment, right? And it's like we're here to set a better way. So when you experience having a bit of a disconnect with groups or people, just trust that. And the best thing to do is pull away. Sometimes it's just for a bit, sometimes it's see you later, I'm off. So I don't think that's a coincidence. I said today, I knew when I picked that because I'd like said I never spend ages doing that, right? Like when I post and I forgot to do it for the Capricorn one, I was like, oh no, but I done it after because I normally do that. I say, oh, I'm coming on. Not that many people read the fucking, you know, that bit, but um, like I picked one that said something about, you know, unsubscribe before you move into 2026, unsubscribe from whatever. And then look how spot on that is with what I pulled out in the shorts and which by the way, I filmed the shorts after I posted that because I scheduled it. And it was so the energy. Like my guides made me pick that because it's energy. Because although we're already in 2026, the year the horse doesn't start till 17. So I know a lot of people, throat chakra, are considering it not the real start of the year yet. And then you'll have other people don't consider it until April, you know, Aries season. And then there's me that's like, it likes to be different. Like I don't consider it till the Mayan one in the summer. But it's there's a whole load of new beginnings. Just depends when is your new beginning. But just don't keep delaying your new beginning. You know, it can be right now. You could have seen the new beginning as a new year. A lot of people don't though. But right, so take your dad's love. I think, like I said, I would say the biggest thing from that is about to stop you getting too in your head. There's some like there's some sort of clear. So whether you want to put it on a poster with highlighters and stuff, somewhere you can see it, or a digital thing, something that keeps you right. And as I'm saying this to you, I'm totally like, oh my God, I need to write in that diary. Because when I did use it, like I haven't used, I've got one. Actually, I found the old one. What I was going to do for anyone else needs inspiration, I was going to read the one that I was quite devoted to a few years ago and see the things that have happened because I know that things have happened. And then I think that'll inspire me to get writing in the one for this year. You've got to be in the right zone though, eh? And I do feel it is because it's like, when I used to do new moon and full moon workshops, which to be honest, I was considering doing that again. I don't know about every new moon and full moon, but we've missed the boat on this one because this one's like a good goal setting. Because that's how I got started out 10 years ago. That's why I still post some of these reviews. I'll post one if I remember to put on here. Like, people loved all of that. I done a vision board workshop once as well that people loved. Um, right, anyway. So, yes, I don't feel like I've finished working on my plans towards my goals. Thanks for reminding me to get back to it. Yeah, well, like I said, that this is the perfect time because the new moon was yesterday. We're after the new moon. Now is the time. So I think we all need to do that. So here we go. We're just doing the class here. It's like we all need to write your long-term goals. Just pick three for the whole year. If you want to go a bit harder than that, you can, but pick three, write it down somewhere. You might even forget about it, and then let's see when it gets to this time next year. Oh, Charlotte, that's what I said in your reading, wasn't it? That's what I mean. I can't. It was something like that. That's really interesting. That's your dad bringing that in because I'm like that feels familiar, but it was something like that. Like visualize how do you want to feel this time next January, and visualize yourself feeling really fucking proud of yourself because you put in the hard work. Love it. Right, okay. So, who's next? I think it was Gretchen. So, let me just. I feel we need this cool box to like, look what I done. Do you know what's really funny? I done this. Like, I just done this today because they were getting my tits because they're falling everywhere. And I put it in this roses box. I was like, I couldn't find other boxes, but it's like, I think there's something in that. Like, you just never know. There could be some kind of synchronicity about chocolates or something, or I don't roses. I connect with Mary Magdalene. Maybe someone's got. Maybe there's a loved one called Rose, but it's just maybe someone's dad or granddad really liked the. There's something with chocolates, by the way. I know that's quite general, but there's something with that because we were having a laugh the other day because because my dad does lots for people. He's just always doing shit for people all the time. It's like people give them chocolates quite a lot. And I think my mum had just, I think they just cleared the energy of eating all the chocolates and then they were given more. And I don't, and the thing I have to like give them here, but like I don't, I've just totally lost, I've lost thingy for like chocolate and stuff because I done the fast. And well, now I want to keep it up. And by the way, I am keeping that way. I'm like, I weighed myself and I'm like, oh, well, I've managed to keep that up. But I mean, no fucking wonder when I'm stopping having my tea at tea time and I'm not eating sugar in that, and but yeah, and I've been keeping my exercise and yeah, feeling good. Um, you did visualize was the key. Yes, I'm popping off now. Sleepyhead, thank you. Love to you, Claire, and rest of the sofa. Yes, love to you, and I'm glad that you caught that. And Starship Mannequin's on right now. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. That is like one of the best endings of a film. I say the same thing all the time, but it's true. I literally said this in the last live stream, but I used to love the end of that. I watched it all the time. Right, so stand by your commitments, Pink Lily. You're strong enough to keep the promise that you've made. Don't back out now. Your angels believe in you. So that is for you, Gretchen. And then we have You Are Healed, Calendula Pot Marigold. The healing you've prayed for is on its way. Actually, you got all flower cards. Peer pressure. Don't let. Oh, look, there's two that say similar. Don't let others coerce you into a decision. You know in your heart what the right choice is. Your soul carries ancient wisdom. Please embrace it as you have knowledge to help those around you. Wise soul. How funny is that when I was saying to Gretchen about your like, do you know what I mean? Just your wise words tonight. Like I just feel, yeah. Like, have you got some alignment with Mercury going on or something? Like when Connor said that to me, because I've got that in my birth chart. But I wouldn't be surprised if you had some kind of, I don't know, something firing up your Mercury there. It's like, but, right, what else have we got? Have this little selection box. Ah, oh, okay. Hmm, that's quite an interesting mix. Oh no, we got two of these again. Fuck's sake, I'm gonna need to find. Right, so this is interesting though. This is either Scotland or Ireland. Sorry, I don't know what one it is. It might even be England. Fuck knows. But also, side note, I hope there's not going to be a Black Swan event at some time soon because there's two Black Swans in here. Whenever I see Black Swans, I always think that, and sometimes I've said it and it's been the case. Callanish. Is that not Scotland somewhere? I really don't know. But swans are very significant here because not only have we got that with black swans, we've now got white swans and what I love, the two swans making the heart. Look, Aphrodisias. Now that sounds Greek, but again, I am terrible at geography, so don't quote me on any of this. Um, actually, what I could do is while I'm pulling these, I could actually put them where they're meant to be. Put them there. So yeah, swans are very significant, but swans to me are about true love and to a lot of people. We've also got the Page of Cups. So yeah, I wonder if there's some kind of an apology. It's quite funny because one of these, look, one of these says, I centered my world around, wait a minute, I centered my world so much around you that I got totally freaked out. I'm sorry I took you for granted. I didn't understand my feelings in the past. Are these cards big enough? I love your heart, your mind, your body, your soul. I love all of you. I don't know why, but I feel so self-conscious around you. So I don't know how that's fitting for you because I know that from what you said before, I know that you're in contact with your twin flame, but it seems like there's things that get in the way of you two being together. And it feels like maybe like dismissive avoidant, addictions, things like that. Um, yeah, but I do feel there's some sort of apology that wants to be made to the Empress. It's funny we've got the Emperor and the Empress coming out tonight, and someone could be sucking their head about that. Eight of Swords. I like these cards. I need to find. I'm like, I need to find where they are. What are they? Are these? I think these are the. No, are they the Crystal Tarot? Yeah, they don't have what the crystals are on the. Hmm. Oh my god! And then there's the Emperor again that I pulled. Oh, wait a minute. That's pretty powerful. We've got the Emperor and the Empress, different decks, but look, Divine Feminine, Divine Masculine. So, hmm, big apology vibes coming through there. I mean, now we want to know the tea. Did something happen over Christmas and New Year period, or something happened recently? And open your heart speaking out. Your potential for greater love rests in opening your heart. Blockages and wounds from your past will be healed, and you'll be met with the true passion you seek. That's the only card in that deck about love. Right. We've been together in dreams. So I feel because you had mentioned your daughter's father there, um, and that notice the connection there that I was talking about, like dream diaries and dreams and stuff. Like I don't know if you know, if you have had a dream about him lately, but if not, again, I feel he wants to connect with you in the spirit world. Um, And again, you actually said that in the chat, but I feel this is just confirming something. The duality equals my wholeness. I think, feel. This is similar to what I said to you. You're a spiritual teacher. Share your wisdom with others. You were born to teach. Hello. The other card said wise soul, ancient wisdom. I had said things like to you when I was reading what you were saying, and you know, the cards are talking right now. Unity. You're spiritually connected to everyone through God. Use the sacred bond to heal your family, friends, and yourself. But because I was specifically asking for something from him, it's like I don't know whether you realise this or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if you did with what you had said in the chat. Like he helps you, like he wants to connect with you to be able to heal those around you. You are here for a reason. Ah. Uncord relationships. Let go now. Forgiveness is freedom. So look, we don't need to know, but I feel with all those, ones that just came through, you're going to know what that means to you. But how weird is that? Uncord relationships. Let go now. Forgiveness is freedom. It's like why I say, like, even when it's your twin flame, you can go through a karmic cycle, your twin flame, and you do need to let them go when they're in that energy. And believe me, you probably won't have any problem letting them go because they probably won't want to be with you anyway. Sorry to be brutal, but that is the truth. And if they do, you've got a different kind of dynamic going on there where it could be like, like I've said before, it's not that it's not a thing, but I do think some of these general sort of tarines and that I catch sometimes when it's like, oh, they're back again, they're saying sorry and they're doing the same thing again. That's not really a twin flame. That's a karmic relationship if someone's dancing in and out your life doing that. Because twin flames, look, there's so much about low self-worth, and it's like, whether it's things that people have said on the chat tonight, or whether it's things that I spout off every day, it's like that, you know what I mean? Generally speaking, that's not really the case most of the time. Um, but I feel for some, because it can be some people's experience, it's like if you are in more contact with your twin flame, which I'm homing in on you because I know you've said that before, I do feel it's like that's what that's about. That it's like, you've had to uncord from what was unhealthy about that for you to find your own sanity. Victory! So, Archangel Sandalphon, your prayers have been heard and answered. Have faith. Hmm. And then keep going, ascending the mountain. Very well. I was about to say, I was about to say very Capricorn, but I actually said very masculine. Ascendant perception. Look, but she's right beside a mirror. And you're Scorpio rising like me, aren't you? Like a lot of people around here. Lovers, but it's in reverse. 15 as well as a devil card. It's not a tarot, but I always just read it like that. What does that say? Does that say spiritual relationship? No, physical activity. 67. He calmed the raging storm and the waves became quiet. I feel if you are not near a beach, then maybe listening to beach sounds or meditating, pretending you're at a beach or something. But if you can get to a beach or an ocean, because that's maybe what you call it, there's definitely somewhere where your child's father, it's like he's basically saying, like, that's where I have a lot of conversations with the spirit world. Really, it's anywhere, cooking as well. In the bath. Like, um, I feel you could have quite a profound experience. If you might have already, I might be describing something you've had. Communication, yeah, communication. Why so? It came out again. Love it. I'm actually really needing my pee, guys. So, we're gonna need to hurry this up. Unhealthy attachment, yeah. So look, you're gonna know what all that's about, right? Um, Oh wow. My daughter's dad is the only spirit of several that has made contact and he comes to me in my dreams. Well, there you go then. That is amazing. That's amazing that that card was talking about dreams, and also because they made me talk about dreams before. This is what I always mean, like it's God and the guide and loved one speaking through me. I know that everyone knows that, but for anyone that's new, I wasn't talking about my dream diary and all that for no reason. They made me do that because they knew that was going to be relevant, and then that card's come out. So that's amazing validation. But look, unhealthy attachment. So we've not got uncord relationships and unhealthy attachment for a reason. There's definitely picking up on something where you have had to choose yourself. And I remember I remember channeling several messages for you over the last year, especially of, and I felt the pain. I think I was crying a couple of times when I've channeled for you. I feel the deep connection, the deep love, but it reminds me of after. It reminds me when I channel after, because that isn't like I said, because that the thing that's different about after is because he's like totally obsessed with her, but um, they have to spend time apart to heal properly, and that is what all twin flames need to do. Um, but like I said, like in after, it's very karmic at some points. To me, it's like twin flames that went through a really tough karmic cycle. But at some points in that film, you wouldn't be mistaken for thinking, wow, this is a really toxic relationship. And if you ever see the comments and videos on YouTube, that's usually what people say. Because that's what I was meaning about. This is really interesting. This links back to the collective one for Aquarius, which, by the way, it hasn't got Aquarius in the title, but the one I done earlier. Because um, I was channeling it in quite a sassy way. I think I will actually watch that back tomorrow when I'm bored, rather than the cat. But anyway, I think I will because it was interesting. But like I was channeling it like that, and then it didn't surprise me when False Twin Flame came out, right? And also, I can't remember what, but there's lots of yeah. I'm being flooded with familiarity here. It's like, um. I think there's just been a lot of mix up. It's either twin flames that were in a very karmic cycle with their twin flame, and you didn't need a karmic partner because you were karmic with each other alone. And then there's another collective of people where, like, one of you is with a karmic partner, or like just the same person and different people, and in denial and trying to run from it, and it's not worked, and now you're waking up with an even stronger, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of karmic cycle's complete, and I know it seems like it's never ending, but it's more stronger because the year of the snake is only got like it's just shy of a month left. Like people are just getting sick of like the cycles. Do you know what I mean? Like I know I am. Like I'm complete, but there's not a lot you can do about it either. Do you know what I mean? It's like I say that, but at least I'm honest. A lot of these other folk will be like, oh yeah, I'm fucking done with my twin flame journey. I'm just going down Soulmate Avenue and Kingdom Spells, same fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? God, don't get me started on that shit. Fucking Kingdom Spouse, yeah, that's more likely because it's not even a fucking thing. But like, no, Kingdom Spouse, you pray to break the demons and shackles off of your divine lover. Hello, what was I doing not eating twice for 7 days? Oh, that's right, yeah. For my union and the collective, because I've got the strength to be able to do that. Please use your fucking common sense, people. Unless that is something you're called to do and you've been building up to this for years, start me little fast and don't do that, right? But do fast, but just start, intermittent, then maybe try a wee, 20 hour and then a 24 hour, and you do that over a couple of years and then you can build up. But what I'm saying is, it's like, tell me the fucking difference with Twin Flames and Kingdom Spouse. The same fucking thing. You know what I mean? There's an attack on your union every damn day. So you pray for your union every day. Okay. So, um, oh, I can feel a lot of activation at my crown chakra when I'm saying that, right? So, I don't think there was any other donation. So now I'm just going to tune in to to whoever, and to be honest, I'm not going to be here. I know I keep saying it, but I'm not going to be here too much longer because I'm bursting a pee and I would like to watch Love Island. Right. That's interesting. I don't know if you watched the live stream earlier, Gretchen, but I just pulled take responsibility in reverse. I remember pulling that in the live stream. So it's like someone's having trouble taking responsibility for their part in it. And then you couldn't, yeah, you just couldn't even, if someone's not willing to take accountability for, well, anything or very much, then how are you meant to even communicate? Which that kind of aligns with what you were saying about ego and stuff. Release, raise, reclaim, reprogram your soul. So, don't know, I just felt guided to shovel them. And illusion. To me, that's either someone's coming out the illusion or they're still in it. So karmic relationship, releasing the past. There's a lot, but you'll know what that all means. But you see what I mean? There's a lot of it. Does remind me of after. There's a lot of like, and also Fame just came on, Irene Cara. So I feel if you do decide to, speak your voice in a bigger way, you heard it here first. Just saying. Moving on. Um, right. So the cards are picking up what has been stated recently. Yeah, it's funny how that happens, isn't it? Yes, he's an Aquarius, and his mother took his ashes to the coast at a time that my daughter was able to go, so that makes sense. Oh, whoa. Oh my God. So that's what it's about. Wow. Phone ding confirmation. Um, I have I don't believe in cuss, Barbie. You're talking to the wrong person. You're either in the room or you're not. I always explain it like you've got your ear up against the wall. So let's give a good example of this. In fact, let's pick on him. My twin flame's the last day Scorpio, right? And he's like probably the most Scorpio person I know. But like, anyway. But the way I would describe him is from the little that I know of him now. But nah, it's the he's Scorpio, the last of it, right? So he's a Scorpio. He's not Sagittarius, but has he got a shitload of Sagittarius? Yeah, like from what 100%, you could be mistaken for thinking he was Sagittarius if you didn't know all of them. Um, but to me, he just screams Scorpio. But it's like, so I would say like someone like that, if you've got your energy right up against the wall of the next season, you could have a lot of the traits of it, but you're not that. So I don't buy cusps. Not everyone will say it like that, but that's how I see it. And then actually, let's pick on myself because I'm like nearly the last of Aries, and I have got a lot of Taurus traits because I've got Mercury in Taurus, so that's why with that. And it could be because it's the next sign, but if anything, I go very ancient astrology. Well, I don't even know to be honest, I don't know what type of astrology is. I've just always said it. Makes sense to me. Astrology goes in a wheel, and next to Aries is Pisces, because Pisces is last and Aries is first. And I, up until I was about 30, I swore blind I was a Pisces. It was so weird. I like never ever resonated with it because I was very shy. I wouldn't say boot a goose. Like shy bairns getting out. Well, I was getting out because I was never like whenever guys fancied me at primary or high school. Even when I got older, when I went out and that all the time, I was never looking up people. Like I was just very, very shy and very, very Pisces, and um, I was everything about a Pisces. I just wanted to disappear. I mean, this is quite a sad story now, isn't it? But like, I hated school. Fucking hated it. Hated it, hated it, hated it. Obviously, that's because I had all these difficulties that nobody had recognised. Not my mum and dad's fault. The school was shite, nobody noticed it. Or is it me that's pretty amazing at hiding when I'm struggling? But think about that. When you know how many different difficulties I've got, that's how good I am at hiding when I'm struggling. And that makes sense why the thing I posted for the new moon yesterday was something about the biggest battles I've been fighting. Nobody even knew. Like nobody had a clue. And that is spot on for me. And I know for a lot of you. Um but although I'm on here and I'm very real and raw, like I'm very private too. That's what I mean about like I might be an Aries at the highest degree, but I'm Scorpio rising conjunct my Pluto. You're not getting to know my shit if I don't like you know. What I mean, you might think you. Sorry, I'm going a bit sassy, but people might think they know me because they watch me a lot. You don't know all of me because I've got my own stuff, you know what I mean? And I've not got like tons and tons of friends. I've got my best friends. And even at that, like I said, if people have been off my radar for a while, why should I let you back in? Like, and people don't need to worry because if they're genuine, I feel it. If they're not, I feel that and I'll keep my, you know what I mean? But usually you won't get anywhere fucking near me. God's not going to allow it. Especially if people have already hurt me. Which is why I know. if my true divine counterpart manages to make it to my door, he's been allowed to, because I actually set that intention every day that he can only do that when he's allowed to. But that also has to go through all the spiritual warfare and all that jazz. But so he doesn't need to worry that he wouldn't be welcome, because he that means he's welcome if he was managing to do it. So anyway, all that stems from you talking about Aquarius stuff. So I'm going through a lot right now, but I'm still claiming that 2026 is my year of abundance. Well, it's not going to hurt. Twinflame has chosen to revert to low-level lifestyle. I had to tell him I'm over holding space. This is making sense of what's come out. Burning energy on someone that chooses to miss me. I've been journaling as a form of closure with him. Yeah, yours feels like a unique situation. Everyone's is, but every time I tune in, that fits with what's come out. At least in this lifetime. Oh yeah. And I've asked you this before, like you're definitely sure that's who that is. I mean, it's felt like it when we spoke, when I've tuned in, but it's better when I'm on a live, which like, talking to someone on Zoom. Leaving mine on the mirror. What are you talking about? His deluded narrative. Right, okay, so um right. So we're going to go with this. So relationships, spend more quality time together if you're single, or a new relationship could be on the horizon. So she didn't get to say goodbye proper, but we've both come to believe that it was supposed to happen like that, because there's no saying goodbye to him. He's quick to respond to her in our time. Oh, my goals and things to remember is what. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, Barbie. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. It's good to use your mirror as a vision board and stuff. Like I've had things stuck on my mirror for years. And it's quite funny because things fall off the mirror. Because it's like a mirrored wardrobe, do you know what I mean? So it's like my vision board too. And it's like, it's quite funny because I've got two things on my mirror that's like a wolf and a tiger. And they've fallen off. And they say that when things fall off the vision board, it's because they're ready to manifest. And they both fell off. Sometimes it's fallen one off at a time, but they both fell off and I never put them back as postcards. Um, but um, yeah, I've got words and shit like that too. Like I've got one word that just says simplicity, and I know what it means to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it means a lot of things. Because we just overcomplicate a lot of stuff, isn't it? But anyway, yeah. So I'm feeling this relationship current. I'm feeling Tani's cousin. Um, that sadly, because of the stupidity of not being able to say certain things on here, decided to leave a certain way. Um, And this is like when I said, because Tini was, I don't think she's here now because she'll be able, or she might be watching, I don't know, she might, but she's at work. But it's like, I just felt him very strongly, and then I felt Guide's shuffle. And although I said dads and granddads, it's because he was a dad. Um, Smile. Cheer others up with a smile. A smile goes a long way. And what I can feel very strongly here. I feel this is coming through for his partner. Now, I'm not sure. I think she might have subscribed to it, but it's kind of like, oh fuck, it just fell on the floor. But I mean, I think that's part of the message too. It's like, I feel he could hide a lot of a smile, like act like he's all right when he's not. And again, it's sad, but it's all connected to the self-worth thing again that came through actually in this, didn't it? Positive. Look to the situation with a positive perspective. Attuned. Becoming attuned to your inner self will help you progress spiritually. Again, there's something really strongly coming through about he is really guiding his partner to find peace because obviously she's devastated with him not being here. Have peace within yourself, release any worries to the angels. Relationships come out again. Focus. Stay focused and complete your projects, but it came out reverse. How do you focus when you've lost the love of your life? And I mean truly lost, like to the spirit world. Easier said than done, isn't it? Memories. Make wonderful memories with your loved ones. He's pulling my eyes to the card that says time down there. And in the last, the Capricorn season, that is about time. Like you think you've got time. Sorry, this is quite sad, but it's coming through like that. And then when things like that happen, all you've got is the memories. Puts things into perspective. Fun times may appear quicker than expected. So it's like, he was making me go really sad for a minute, but it's like I feel him saying like he's trying to uplift his partner. Oh my God, man. I feel sorry, I'm feeling it's I feel like I want to cry. Oh my God. Sorry guys. Is people ready to be freaked out? I can't If people don't believe me by now that I'm the real deal, I mean, what the hell did I look what they just made me say? I thought we had more time. Literally says, I thought we had more time. Word for word, the card says, I thought we had more time. So just in case, like I said, because I'm not sure, like I've brought Tani's cousin through because Tani asked, and she asked quite strongly. And like I said, I can't always, but I do try if I feel them, and but I actually feel I'm speaking to his partner. And I'm sure this message is scarily similar to what came through before Christmas. But it's like he made me shuffle and pull out the exact same words because I literally just said that. And look, this is why I was saying it. I'll lean over. It's because I was looking down and all I could see was time. And he was saying I thought we had more time. And it's like, it's sad because he's like, thought I had more time to be able to push through my own demons and to be able to overcome that, to be able to be the person you want me to be. But remember, the thing with that man is, and I'm trying to be respectful because, like I said, how do I know? I don't know how often his partner's going to watch this, if even at all. But I do seem to remember. I think Tani sent the, but it's like he had demons. Like I think he had a drink problem. And he had his own childhood stuff. Like he had stuff that he was trying to work through himself, and it all just got a bit too much. And but that's like her as well. Like I thought we had more time, but it's just that's so nuts that like that's like crazy that. Schedule a sacred date with yourself. You deserve time for your life. It's like a message for everyone as well. Like you think you've got time, you haven't, and it's a paradox, isn't it? Because I was everyone's timeless and it's all happening when it's meant to, and you're healing me. All of that is true. But like if that's why divine timing can be really annoying. I don't just mean it's annoying because it's like I think it's toxic when people are just it'll all work out. I was meant in that, and it's like you know what I mean. But like, what if you're fucking saying that forever more, and you're like never setting goals, and you're never trying to heal it? Well, no, actually, not a lot is going to change, and it's like actually look what Gretchen just said. It's like you know. But what I also say is believe in miracles because people can actually go from not doing anything to doing quite a lot in a very short space of time. Um, Wow, Lucas, that's crazy. Silence is its own kind of confession. I'm afraid to get close and terrified to lose you. Right, we need to tap out of this now. It's too sad. But I think he's trying to illustrate with the cards, right? I was trying to tell you quite a lot in the silence. And maybe actually quite literally because he's in the spirit world and what we've been saying on the chat tonight. I feel there's a connection there with how you're saying you're this could, you know what I mean? Notice, yeah, this might still be speaking to you about your daughter's dad, but it's like, um, I feel that's what he's saying. It's the same, like he reaches out to her in the silence, but it's like when he was alive, he was trying to tell her things in the silence that he couldn't actually get out. And I know what, because he's telling me, but I'm not going into everything. But I'm afraid to get close and terrified to lose you. But it's just, it's exactly, it's like dismissive, avoidant, but not even knowing where to start. And the thing that's just, it made me feel really sad the last time because he really wanted to. And you know, it's quite interesting. I don't even remember, like, I don't remember that he had a daughter, but I mean, I'm so hope he has got a daughter, but I mean, maybe there's I think he must have for me to be, I'm feeling dad vibes and he came through, so, um, but unless, you know, it could be the crossover with but I think, no, I think he did have a daughter, but it's like, I'm afraid to get close and I'm terrified to lose you. It's like, he kept her at arm's length and he kept her at arm's length by, well, the ways that people do that, and it can be making bad decisions to self-sabotage. You've always known the truth, you just refuse to see it, right? We're going to stop there, but it's like, I'll I'll say it to Nee, and then she can and then she can decide um if that woman hasn't seen this, if to whether to sure. But it's like, I feel it's quite a strong message, but it's like, I feel that woman actually knew he wasn't going to be able to get over it. So whatever, I mean, oh God. I just feel, you know, when it comes through like this, I always feel it's like a reminder, don't let it go that way. Do you know what I mean? No matter what you've went through, I have helped people through the most darkest situations you can imagine. So dark, I can't be repeating any of it, even anonymously. So if there's hope for those people, there is hope for you. And I was just saying that to somebody quite recently as well, that it was like, I particularly feel very passionate about that when it comes to men. But really anyone, because there's a lot of women that are too stuck in, like, you know, well, yeah, there's a lot of women that are stuck in pride and ego too. Like I've said that before, but I am here to heal the healers, the mediums, the other psychics. But it's like a lot of, especially if you're out there in the public eye, a lot of people don't go to someone else because they don't, you know who to trust. And I would just say the same to anyone else. Lurk people until you do trust them. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody's going to fuck you over. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, God, I've had enough people fucking fuck me over. I do get it. And it's like I said, it's um but yeah, I'm particularly feeling that for the men because if enough men, you know, realize that you don't actually have to live with it, whatever it is you went through, you don't have to live with this, you don't have to punish yourself. Like, go to somebody that can help you heal it. And you don't even need to go to a counsellor for years. The reality, if you've went through some heavy shit that you're going to need to, is probably the reality. But I can clear trauma like that. I just happen to be a therapist too, and personally, I would do a combination of both because soul retrieval is important, and that's what strengthens you, empowers you, and stops you putting up with bullshit and toxic people and all of that. And therapy helps you know yourself and not people please. All the stuff that's come through tonight, it's combination. And then you start getting stronger, then you can start setting goals and actually reaching them and everything. It's a process. But you can do that too. Spend time with animals, call on your power animals. You're a sovereign being. Remember your power. You're the queen of your life. Treat yourself like royalty. So I would say you're the king of your life too, because I feel I'm speaking to men and women. It's like you're a sovereign being. Whoever's treated you like you're not, it's not the truth. Care for your body. Self-love and self-acceptance are the ultimate acts of self-care, self-love. That's where I started off on my journey talking about. And then people have literally seen me go through the journey of self-love to where I am now, which is loving myself unconditionally and accepting no less than what I fucking deserve. Intent, because I've got strong intention that I can hold over myself and others. Focus your energy. There's amazing power in strong intention. Could have wrote that myself. Rebel. It's time to celebrate the fact that you don't fit in. Stand on your own 2 feet. That is so cool because that's what Aquarius season is, and that's kind of like what I've been saying. Isn't it? Right, so we're sending Denise cousin. Well, that was quite intense. But he was a nice guy. It was lovely when I channeled him in her session, and then it was really intense when I done it on the live. And I think he's always going to come through really intense. And you're welcome. But that was really intense. Um, right, let me see. It's got more layers than a damn onion with. What is MPD? I am not good with abbreviations. So sure, that would be my twin flame as well. Communicate, Justice Connor, yeah. This, is this a reading for me? No, Barbie, this is not a reading for you. This is, uh, well, collective, but I was channeling a woman who lost her, I would say twin flame to spirit. That's Tani's cousin. If she's evil, open to deception, sounds like the spirit coming through will figure out how to show up for. I feel he does, but he's only just passed not that long ago, so um, and especially if I'm right that they're twin flames, and I feel they are with how strongly it's coming through. Um, that's why I'm saying I don't know if she tunes in, but that what just happened with the. I shouldn't be surprised, they do it all the time, but that was kind of nuts that I literally said that. I thought we had more time, and the card says I thought we had more time. To be fair, I did see that card in my third eye, but for fuck's sake, they do that all the time. They do it all the time. This resonates too much. That's the twin flame avoidant self-medicating. All right. I thought it, but I was going to say is that something to do with dismissal, but it's right. So this is some general self-care messages. Let's see. That's quite funny. So make an altar, right? So bear in mind we're still in the new moon, but I feel this is talking about exactly what we were saying. So Brandy, this is for you because sorry, not Brandy. Although Brandy listening too. Actually did no, I think Brandy said hi on another one earlier, but she might come on now. I'm saying that. So Barbie, this is for you and like because you were saying about you stick things on the mirror, like this is like uh, like I feel it's your gran. I know I was picking up on dads and granddads, but I feel this is your gran coming through saying that like, she helps you to do stuff like that. And but it also came out with you deserve better than them. So what this card always means to me, right, is you deserve better than the version of them that you settled for. And like we know from when I've tuned into yours before and from what you've said that like he went down well a path like what I channel about all the time and he married a karmic person, didn't he? So we don't know what's going on. Well, unless you do know what's going on there, but um, it's just quite interesting because I didn't even know that that was in there because it's meant to be with the other ones. So I'm just trying to look to see where they are. Oh, here they are, right beside me. So let's see what Mr. Hotman. So, what am I? Oh my God, I'm shuffling ones that aren't. Now they're pulling my eyes to that. Oh, I just cut the deck. I know we have a soul connection, and I'm surprised. Please don't be mad at me. I'm trying so hard to change. Yeah, whatever's going on with him currently, we're about to be upon the season of shock surprises. I feel he's going through layers of intense spiritual awakening. Might not be actually Christ. It might not be. Did you see earlier? You weren't here earlier. I hope it's not the one I done earlier, but it might not be too dissimilar from some of that. Was he involved with really toxic women? Oh my God, face the fucking hell. Face the fear and it's a mirror again. So notice you said about sticking things on the mirror, right? Then that other card had an altar, and I was seeing that as like, because like I said, a mirror or whatever, things on the wall can be your vision board or things, but it's about your intention. Like I said, if you're making an altar as well, like you're putting me crystals and things that mean things to you, and you know what it means, and you're calling it in and stuff, it's like, but this has also got a mirror, face the fear. They're talking about your mirror as well, like you and him being your mirror, and then of course pride, you two just came on. But in order for him to face, he has to look in the mirror and feel good about himself. And that's what, whenever I tap into yours, I don't like it. It's really like, it's quite extreme, like how he feels about himself. But like I said, I never give up on things, you know what I mean? It's, dramatic turnarounds can happen, but it's just kind of makes sense if he got into a karmic marriage. And then it would have knocked down his confidence and self-esteem even more. And it's kind of like him actually saying you deserve better than the past treatment. So I'm not coming back till I can do better. And when I do, I'm scared you'll reject me. But I have been manifesting you because I realised all the mistakes I made. I just don't know how to handle my emotions right now. Fits with what I'm feeling. But I do keep an eye on you. I've been watching your socials and admiring your pictures. You've been putting up stuff that he can see. I'm planning. I want us to get together in person. I'm just afraid of messing it up with my stupid behaviour. There is a lot of fear there. And if he is your true twin flame, you will understand that because it means you've got a lot of fear. And this is why I always say, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, um, oh, they've just reminded me of something else, Barbie. That, like, you've got to really get in the zone of that. Like, when it is your true twin flame, I know that these connections can go really close to the bone and get really dark at times. But it's like, if that is truly your twin flame, you will understand them on another level that nobody else will. You might not be able to understand some of the ways in which it seems like they're directing it at you, because you're like, I would never do that to them. Why the fuck are they directing it at me? So that stuff can get all really confusing, and you have to do the shadow work and all of that. But it's like, I made that sound like really easy, but there is something here about you both needing to push through immense fear. But I like the fact that there's a lot of mirror references. Like, it's like he's really scared of fucking it up. And I just feel whatever the hell he got himself into was maybe something quite similar to what I channeled earlier. I hope it wasn't. Um, yes, I love my granny so much. My thoughts, he's going through it. Yes, very toxic. Love that intent. Yeah, I love it because it's like what came through already. Very low, I think. Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of the vibe that you know, you know what I mean? Because you can see it's like, I want to get out of this energy. I need to go and escape into some Love Island, and I'm definitely going to eat something now. Ah, right, multiple personality disorder. Right, okay. But you see, my understanding of that is right as a shaman is a lot of people that are diagnosed with a lot of personality disorders and that it can be like it's just so your soul is so fragmented from that much trauma and that I have seen this with my own eyes where people do the soul retrieval and they've not got the supposed personality disorder they've got, whether it's like bipolar or blah blah. Now obviously you've got to use your discernment because um, you've got to do things case by case. It's like when I've said before, like, do you realize how many people have watched my shamanic journeys and felt guided to come off of antidepressants that and they've never looked back and they've got their whole personality back? And that's why I say to people, so just for anybody that watches me and you've maybe watched a shamanic journey and you're on things like that and you're like, why don't I get the same experience as other people? It's because they clash. You know what I mean? Like, I believe a lot of these things do, they numb you out, they keep you switched off to your intuition, a lot of things like that. But like I said, you've got to use your discernment and common sense. Like, I believe there's situations where some people need to be on stuff like that, like prolonged traumatic experiences, um, shock. But, keeping it anonymous, but I remember someone in my life went through one of the most and unimaginable experiences that a human being could go through and not wanting to be numbed out to it because what's the point? Then I'm going to come off them and I'm going to have to feel it again. So, it's not the way that everyone would go through something, and everyone's different. So that's why I say I understand that there is a need for some of these things, but it's just something to take on board that there's something in that when I had a lot of people on my radar that were like numbed out, disassociated, switched off to life because a doctor said you've got this, and this. You're gonna have this your whole life. You're never gonna, you're depressed. You're always gonna be depressed. You've got a personality. You're always gonna do this. Think about him. This is what I mean. God, I'm getting really deep into this, but it's because it annoys me. Like, think about how many people tune into me that have got ADHD, like autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, like you name it, all these different things, suffer from depression. Like, they all come under an umbrella term as far as I'm concerned, right? And but the connection as well is a lot of people that have either one or a few of these things are extremely psychic, tapped in, you know, and all these kind of things. And that is something that can be connected to ADHD, that. But there's a lot of stuff that kind of go like there's a lot of even content out there on all platforms that pushes us like, oh, poor me, victim mode, all that. And don't get me wrong, some of these things are really amazing, right? And I feel I can say this because I have got these things too, right? But it's like, um, I don't like to fall too deep into that because I've got a lot of things that I struggle with. And I've been able to push through a lot of it. And like I said, I can hide when I'm really struggling. But like, I don't, to stay in that and just it kind of, I feel you've got to strike a balance with it. And what I'm saying is for me personally, and I'm allowed to share what my personal views are, I have never once been tempted at all to go on any type of medication for ADHD. Like, I feel it would numb out my whole entire personality. I would not be me. I would not be able to have my gifts and amazing supernatural talents that I've got. Blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I'm saying? So that might not be the case for other people. Maybe it helps you. I've seen that there is people it helps. So you've got to use your discernment case by case. But yeah, there's a lot of people that have used the stuff that I use for myself, and it's helped them. And so I'm just sort of saying that if that applies to anyone else, but especially I'm just thinking of things I've had, some conversations I had towards the end of last year. If you've been on antidepressants for like ongoing for like a long, long, long time and they've never reviewed it, that's a bit dodgy. They really should be reviewing that. Um, but yeah, I feel quite passionate about when it comes to like things to do with split personality or bipolar and all that because it's like, there's I say that all the time, but disassociation and soul fragment, it's the same thing to me. Exact same thing. Because it's like when you disassociate, I mean a big way through trauma, like you're not in your body. And so because I deal with the soul, I can tell when I meet people and they're actually very disassociated. But what's scary is some of these people could come across like really like together and they're not. Like their soul is like I can feel the bits of their inner child that are screaming that are like way over the other side of the room, and it's quite intense, what I can. And actually, that started off in the live stream earlier when Tani said that to me. Like, I know that you can feel a lot more than what you say to the person, and that's true. That's what the gift and the curse of Pluto and Scorpio is in the 12th house at 0 degrees. You know what I'm saying? But it's and Spandau Ballet True just came on when I said that. When I just said that's true. Anyway, God, that went really intense. Right. This is what I'm saying about this is an intense week with Pluto conjunct Venus and the Sun going into Aquarius too. It's quite intense energy. Um, it's not a very nice kind of intense. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like quite. It's giving me the creeps a bit. Kind of glad I'm spending the next couple of days in my wee doggy pile. Do you know what I mean? It's like weird energy. And then it doesn't help that we then go into the Pisces moon, which is creepy vibes too. You know what I mean? I mean, like Pisces 12th house. It's like hidden stuff. Um, he needs to stop being so negative. I'm very fearful. But this is if you're now we can't speak. We don't know. If you're not in touch with him, you don't know. But he might have reason for being negative. Do you know what I mean? But you need to work. You can only work on. You need to work on the fear. If you're stuck in fear, that ain't gonna help him. So you work on whatever it is you're afraid of. That's why you had face your fears. Especially to call him first, he got a call. Okay, that one, I've went through this with you before, but this is a loaded one. That's different for each person too. If you've been the person to do that quite a lot, yeah, don't do it. If you've never done that and you've worked through enough fear and you're like, fuck it, I need to do this for me, do it. Everyone's in a different boat. Yeah, it was random. I don't even know what that was to now. Was it when I was channeling him and then it felt like it was for you as well? I don't think he can trust himself with me, honestly. All right, you mean because of the chemistry? Well, yeah, there is that. And then, of course, that's, but that's quite right because that's not going to help anyone, is it? It won't help you feel any better and it won't, well, maybe momentarily it will. But do you know what I mean? Like, it's just going to get you in an even bigger mess, especially if I don't know if he's still married, but you know what I mean? If yeah, he needs to come in when he's not attached. But he went through so much when we were younger. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I can feel that when I tap into his energy. Um, that's me. Depression, anxiety, CPS, and ADHD. See, this is Barbie, but so because I'm homing in on you, like that, I know that there's a lot of fear because we've still never had a session, and you've said it quite a few times, and we've still never. So that's how I know how much fear you've got. But I could help you work through this stuff. But you have to be so that's what I'm saying. You have to take account of, but you have sorry, this is Capricorn, but it's like you have to bring it back to you. Like he's not going to do anything if you're not. Do you know what I mean? Like, not saying you're not doing anything, but if you're trying to handle that all yourself, you need to try. It doesn't need to be me, but if you do need to, you don't need to. You could stay stuck, but I mean that's quite hard to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't need to stay stuck struggling with all of that. And there are definitely narratives that push you to stay in the victim mode of having certain difficulties or uh and you don't need to. I don't like I said, I know where I need support and I receive the support. And believe me, it took a lot of me pushing through my pride and ego to accept all that because I'm quite big on doing things for myself and that too. But yeah, it's just a fact that it's like, like I say it quite sassy, like nobody, and I mean nobody out there has any idea what I struggle with day to day. Like I find a lot of things that people take for granted very difficult. I might be able to fucking listen to people's deepest, darkest secrets and that, but see, trying to keep my whole house tidy or my bedroom tidy or my kitchen, like And yeah, you might have an idea because you've got similar things to me, but you don't know when you don't know somebody's life and the thing, you know what I mean? So, but what I'm saying is like, I'm really fucking proud of me when I look back at other places I've lived and even in this place now, I'm like, God, that is crazy. I mean, okay, my Christmas tree's up right now, but but I did have every intention of dealing with that today, and it just didn't fucking happen. Okay. But maybe me and wee doggy will hang out here and I'll take it down tomorrow. But I don't really fancy doing that, so maybe not. But in the Pisces moon, actually, I might, because that's about endings, and it's like, right, it's time to let the tree go into. But I always think when I leave the tree up a little bit longer, it's like I'm not really wanting to let go of the magic or something. And maybe I can accept there's something about, great, that was another Christmas. Another time I'm taking down the heart that represents me and him off the tree and I didn't see him again. You know what I'm saying? It's like letting go. It's like accepting something. Pisces can be, fairyland. It's like, well, it's time to, but I think it will be like just, yeah, it's time to just let it go. The tree, that is. Um, so I'm scared to stop because of withdrawals and feels like the brain zaps. I would love to stop. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is weird. This is not for the live chat. I didn't know who I was talking to. That's kind of nuts. That actually makes sense if it was talking to you because I was on your cards. That's quite, yeah, that's your gran actually. I have to say that is your gran coming through because I didn't actually realize that was you. The song Gary Kemp Too Much is on right now. That's quite interesting, like Overwhelm. Well, that's weird because he really does. So is that Martin Kemp's brother? Must be. He looks really like him. Is this a new song or something? It says then and now, 80 stars, and he looks pretty old. Um, how random. Um, but anyone that speaks to, wherever you're at, I can help you. Because I'm not a doctor, but I am a shaman. And like I said, shamans deal with the energy level. And like I said, my own doctor said to me once, doctors don't know everything. It's a bit of an investigation. So it's kind of like we're doing the same thing in a different way. And actually, with some of the things in my life, I've worked out the fucking mystery before, especially the weight loss. She's great, but she's not been able, she pams me off with the same kind of, eat better and exercise. And I was like, listen, I've been doing that for ages, said my weight's not moving. Do you know what I mean? So I took it into my own hands, fasted, and I'm purposely not going back to the doctor until, now that I'm over the fast. But I'm really proud because I seem to have kept it off now. And and I'm going to keep, you know what I mean? But it's like that's what I mean about I had to go and do my research for myself and not listen to what they were saying because they were pamming me off. Um anyway. So it's like, because basically people become too reliant on medication. That's a fact that everybody knows. And you can be numbed out to all the more amazing parts of life if you stay in that. And I'll work with you wherever you're at. Anyway, so sounds like that's the general room. Right ear ringing, left ear trouble, constantly and headaches. No, I'm not. It's going to be when he's ready. Yeah, I'm scared to do it. Lol. Our situation is as multi-layered as an onion with my. I think everyone's this. I know you can feel it. I don't talk about it. I don't want to be able to look weak. Um, Nobody's going to think you're weak. And you don't, and bear in mind, you don't need to talk about anything. Um, yeah, you don't need to talk about it in private in the chat. Just reminding everyone that if you talk about your private shit in the chat, you're choosing to do that. Same with the comments too. Like I don't let comments through when I don't do that a lot, but if it's bashing your twin flame or yourself, like being too hard on yourself or I'm not letting it through. Because it's too messy. I'm just gonna be honest, it's not fair to other people as well. Um, like other channels allow that, I don't. It's not. That's what I mean by, some of those channels aren't even real twin flames, and I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. Unless I've spoke to you live, how do you like? You know what I mean? Look at the live stream earlier. False twin flame. Some of you are the masculine and you think that's your twin flame. It's not. I'm not saying using the actual live chat, but that is the case with some. Like you've trauma bonded with someone and you think that's your twin flame and you're gonna have a spiritual awakening and it's not. So, sorry to give people a blunt fucking message there too. You might swear blind it's not you, but how do you know? You don't know until it, you know what I mean? It's so complicated. But I've helped a lot of people with that. And that's what that message was earlier. That's why I'm like, oh my God. I think I'm going to get a few bookings after that because it's like actually I can think of, like, again, I'm keeping it anonymous, but one I had like last year where I actually saw it happening with the person as I was talking to her. I saw the realizations of like, that's my twin flame. Do you know what I mean? Because she wasn't, she knew about twin flames, but it was like, as she started talking about the person from the past, because she spoke about somebody else who was a karmic thing that's ended abruptly, and then she was speaking about someone from the past, and I'm like sitting there like, it's that person. And then there's amazing synchronicities, which is just, yeah, out this world kind of shit that happens. That's hard to explain unless you're on it. But that's what I mean. Like I have those experiences with people all the time. And it's quite common actually because if you've went through the masculine journey, male or female, and you've had a lot of people that have manipulated you and gaslit you and that, you're going to be really psychic. But I've noticed a lot of people, it's like you don't fully trust it, and then you can be hoodwinked quite a bit. It's a bit of a different journey from the feminine. Doesn't mean the feminine doesn't get fucked over too, but that does seem to. And then throw in the mix if you've got Venus and Pisces or strong Pisces placements, or a Pisces moon, that's a big one too. You can be very easily manipulated and prone to having rose goggles on about toxic people, and then the illusion breaks because it's about illusions. Could go on and on and on here. I've seen it all. Um, I'm still struggling financially too. I do want to. Yes, I know that is a very real thing for people, Barbie, but if you're still saying that in 6 months, because you definitely were saying that 6 months, do you know what I'm saying? There is payment plans, and so let's remember this now. We're going to pick on you for this, because this could be anyone. It is January, so if you're still saying that 6 months from now at the full moon in Capricorn, you really need to look at that, because it's although if you genuinely want a session with me, what do I always say? Pray to God, ask for the money. When the money comes in, your job is to spend the money on what you prayed it for. And I think it's more about the fear. So sorry, tough love, Capricorn moon. Don't shoot the messenger. Sorry, well Capricorn moon, yeah, but new moon, but it's the Capricorn sun that's being quite brutal. But it's loads of other people are going to need to hear it. You are looking amazing and refreshed. Are you talking about me? I don't know if you're talking about me when it is the. Oh, right, because I was doing about because it was the fasting. Thank you. Yes. Nah, I do feel good. My trauma specialist said you can't take Tylenol to fix a broken arm, is how he put it. I think I'd need to hear you saying that. I think I get what you're saying, yeah. It's like not fixing the bit. And that is if I get what you're saying, right, that is like what I'm saying. That's why I've noticed a lot of people, the antidepressant is numbing out whatever it is it's needing you to numb it. Right, well, here's a good example, right? Because it's anonymous. I remember years ago there was someone who was in a very abusive situation, like a marriage, and like she was totally numbed out. Now I don't know if this person still tunes in, so you'll know it's you, but other people won't. And long story short, I didn't know she was on antidepressants, but because I didn't, if people don't say, I don't know. And then I was just feeling like this person wasn't having the same reactions to other people's journeys and all this kind of stuff. And long story short, when I worked, I was, because it's kind of, to ask questions, like, unless I'm doing hypnosis with somebody, I'm not going to ask that because it's like, you know, But I do because of that experience. I do, but it's like because I can do creative visualization. There's loads of things I can do if you because it's not wise to do that deeper stuff if you're on all of that kind of stuff. But what I'm trying to point out here is anyway that person did end up throwing away these antidepressants because it turns out she was just on them for about fucking 10 years or so and the doctor hadn't even reviewed it and it was just numbing her out. She'd become like dependent on it and it wasn't even fucking doing anything. And then when she came off them, her whole person that she had she had the personality. Like she always seemed quite deadpan and serious and she was nothing of the fucking sort. She had a really fucking dirty laugh and a really funny sense of humor, and it all came back. And that's basically what I'm saying. I've seen that with a lot of people. And it's sad. Because that could be some of you watching right now. You're switching off to all the other parts of life because you've allowed some doctor to say that to you. Like, so again, I must stress, I don't know everyone's situations. You might be in a place where you're so needing it, but not everyone is. And if you're unmarried, or again, I'm a healer of many different modalities, guaranteed I'd be able to find some sort of healing that would be better than that shit. That's something I can. And like I said, and I'll work for you where you're at. But it's just be aware that a lot of my stuff won't have that. If you're wondering why people get these wow results and the reviews and that, and you're like, well, I've watched the shamanic journey and that hasn't happened. If you're one of those people that you're numbing out with that shit, that's why. Um, okay, I will do that, I promise. I feel like you understand me. Yes, you're right. Um, yeah, make a goal. Again, because like I said, it's calling you out a bit, but I'm proud of you for staying with it. It's like I do feel um basically, that's what I'm saying. I know it's hard to trust people, but that's why I say all the time, if I was in that position, which I have been at certain points, stalk, lurk the fuck out of people until you feel like you can trust them. Whether it is hello Marie, how are you doing? Whether it is like a personal, like reading unlisted or live, or whether it's somebody reading your cards like this, or whether it's deeper therapy or coaching, or make sure you make sure you know who you're dealing with. It's like I say all the time, there's loads of people fucking giving free cards out all the time. I'm not going to them all. I value my energy. Believe you me, if anyone reads my cards out there, I respect them. I respect everyone, but you know what I'm saying? I respect them, and I feel I've got a deep connection with them. And I'm not just letting anybody read my cards, and it's nothing personal to everyone else. I just am in. It's just like I don't want to be hooking up with every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry. Do you know what I'm saying? It's again, it reminds me. I say it, but it reminds me when Charlotte said, "I don't," you know, she doesn't say conflict, but she's like, "I don't muddy the waters by watching all these different twin flame people. I found you; it made sense. I don't watch other ones. I'm not Hitler. I didn't tell her to do that, by the way." But it does make sense to me too. Do you know what I mean? I have got a different life purpose, and I am here to help twin flames, only twin flames of all different, whether you've been on it for ages or whether you've just woken up to it. Mainly people that have been on it for ages. And I've got to keep my eyes open for people that aren't on the twin flame journey too. Um, and but because of my North Node in the eighth house in Gemini, it's like part of my research, even when I didn't realize it was to have had been on the receiving end of a lot of people, more so years ago, and had some quite interesting experiences there. And yeah, just trusting my own journey and just seeing how much it's like, wait a minute, why am I letting these other people that haven't even been on this as long as me make out they know what they're talking about, and then it turns out they didn't even fucking know that that wasn't their twin flame. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's quite a few folk I've followed. And then it's like I stop watching people the minute anybody announces anything like that, or I started tuning my cell, and then they do end up saying it. Like that's been my weird journey. But Intruder just came on, Gary Newman. That's quite funny. But yeah, but like I said, that makes sense because one of my skills is to be able to spot like a true twin flame from a false twin flame. So it is a skill. Um, yeah, doctors don't know any more than any of the rest of us. Doctors of any kind, whether it be physical or psychological. I mean, prime example would be, wait a minute, where's the rest? Of course we know. Oh yeah, of course we know that's not the case. Finding out by trial and error is life in a nutshell. No Debbie Downers. Oh geez, my apologies if anyone's named Debbie here.
I don't think they would take offence, but you never know. I'm no Debbie, so we need to ask if Debbie would. Um, it's like I say chatty Kathy. No offence to Kathy's. Um, yeah. And it's like dentist too. How many times have I said about dentist? Although that guy I went to for the filling was nice. And he was very actually when I was talking to mine, I was talking about ADHD, and he was like, "Oh, I've got ADHD too." And then I was like, "Oh, I've got like I was naming it. I've got dyslexia too." And I'm thinking, do you know what I mean? It was quite funny because I'm like, just you fucking pay attention to what you're doing though, because he was getting. But it's quite interesting. Like he was very, I would say, he was more attuned to how I was feeling, and so he was very professional. He was good at what he did, and he was listening to me too. Like um, yeah, he's probably one of the better dentists I've had. I mean, because it was a different place I went to too. But the point is, like, my dentist I had before, like, he was fresh out of nappies, and I think this guy was too. And you could tell he was just regurgitating what he'd learned at uni. And I was trying to educate him about the mercury and stuff, and he was just looking at me like I was wearing a tinfoil hat. And that is true, all that stuff. So I thought, oh, fucking listen. I mean, look at what happened in the over the last few years of the pandemic. Do you know what I mean? That was doctors that were telling you to do something there, and we know how that ended. Anyway, um, but yeah, no, Barbie, that's why I'm saying this is not a conversation for a live chat. I am not telling you to do anything about your own life. You have to use your discernment. But what I'm saying is, anyone, because like I said, I didn't know. It makes sense though, because I was on your message and then it went into that. Anyone that's listening that resonates with what I'm saying, these are all true stories. I've had a lot of people that have been on any kind of medication, antidepressants is a big one, started using my stuff for free as well, my shamanic journeys. There's lots of people, I've said that before, I've had people in my memberships before that worked out they could just listen to free stuff and then leave the membership. That's not happened for quite a while, but I had obvious, you know what I mean? And again, not the best because there's some kind of weird karma anyway, whatever. Everyone's got their different reasons, but it's like you know, um, if you're using it with integrity, my free stuff can really help you. But there's integrity with money, which is why wait a minute, we need money cards. This is elastic cap. This is why I say this all the time. Whether it's me or anyone else, if you use and abuse that and you keep like everything's free and this is only for people if you really resonate with it, it's like you actually do come into money and you're never putting any of that towards people that are putting all this stuff out for free all the time. Um well, like I said, it's more about yourself because it's like you're never investing in yourself unless you are and you're going to like other because it's each of us are going to be drawn to different people, but there is something about it. I think, because we'll pick on you again there for what it's resonant. Like, I went on a rant about this the other week there, that it's like the amount of people that have said to me, but some people have said it for years, like, oh, I'm going to book a session, I'm going to book a session. Sorry. And sorry, some of you have said that to me recently, so this is just a blanket statement. I will probably say something similar of like, oh, I look forward to that. But seriously, it goes in one ear and out the other because the amount of people that say that and they don't book, like, just don't say it. Never, please never say to me, I'm going to book a session unless you're definitely going to book the fucking session. What's the point in saying it? It's unprofessional. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's coming through a bit harsh, but honestly, it is the most annoying thing ever. And I don't rely on it from anyone because I used to do that years ago. And I think, oh yeah, that person. And I was just so naive. And it's like, but that's why you should never in business. Don't think, oh, they said they're going to book on something. No, they don't have to. Honestly, seriously, 9 times out of 10, they don't. Because the people that are actually going to book, they don't tell you they're going to book. They just fucking click, book, pay, boom. You know what I mean? Easy. And it's just funny that the last few bookings I've had are actually new people that find the channel, join, book a session, or they feel the push from their guides, they need a session, they book a session. You know what I mean? And this is Capricorn, because this is business, this is money, that's why it's come through like this. Um, And like I said, I've been that person too. I remember when I was excited years ago, and I'd be like, oh, I'm going to book a session, I'm going to book a session. And then I was taking ages and I was like, oh my God, I bet you I would have really fucking annoyed that person. I never do it. And that's why I never do it. Just book the fucking session when you've got the money. Don't keep saying you're going to do it. You don't want to be the annoying person. Do you know what I mean? Power of prayer. What, right? I'm sorry. Boom, drop the mic. What did I say? This is not just for Barbie, right? But we always thank the person that homes in on, like Connor, Barbie, all the different people, everyone in the chat actually, because it's a collective thing. When it comes to money, if you genuinely haven't got the money, pray, right? Here's a really funny example. Shit, I just thought of something. Oh no, but I just thought of something else that's really annoying. But I can fix that in the morning. So, what I always say about, it was a story that a friend of my past granny told me ages ago, and I can never do this story justice, so sorry about this, but I'm going to try for a minute. It was about, like, it's something about the woman's got 3 kids. She's only got enough to feed them and her and the kids for the next 2 days, but she's got 4 days left or something, right? Or no, maybe it was 3 days. And then she goes to church, and somebody at church invites her for tea that night. So it meant that she had enough to feed her kids to see her through till whenever she got paid. And that story just always stayed with me, like, because I love everything to do with tithing and everything, and obviously prayer, and I just always remembered it. And something like that happened to me today. Now it's not as extreme, but it's just funny because I'm like, oh my God, I was going to order. Like don't get me wrong, I've got fucking tons of food. Like for my tea and my lunch and that, I've got loads. But if you've watched this from the start, I'm very particular about my bread. I love my breakfast, and it's like I'd ran out of eggs. I used one of the eggs for the shitty hash browns, but it was like I was like, oh, I need to buy eggs today. Or my mum and dad would have given me them. I just forgot. And also, I ran out I love olive bread, right? And I've been obsessed with it for like all the last year. Um, but so that's what I was gonna get. I was gonna get this olive bread, and then the end I forgot. But it was quite funny when I was leaving my mum and dad's. My dad was like, "Oh, you like these, don't you?" And it was like the olive rolls. So it's just basically the same thing. I was like, "Oh yes," do you know what I mean? But I was gonna get the bread anyway. But the point is, I didn't get the eggs, but it's fine. I'll get them in the morning. But my point being is, just say I was totally skint, didn't have any more money, and but then I was going to get money in a couple of days, and it's like I just got. No, it doesn't matter. It's mum and dad. Like this could be just in this case. It's like, you know, it's like I did when my dad gave me. I thought that is abundance coming in a different form because I was going to buy pretty much the same thing anyway. But it just means I don't need to. Well, as it happens, I do need to. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to need to buy the eggs, and I'm going to need to buy the bread anyway when I get the eggs. But you know what I'm saying? It's like that's what I mean by abundance doesn't always come in money. Sometimes it's someone on YouTube offering you free cards or finding somebody's flash sale when it's normally a lot more money. Side note, if you missed the post earlier and what I said at the start of the other live, I had said I was going to be putting my prices up, and so I will be doing that um, probably towards the end of the week. So that's just a warning. It's not on everything, but it is on a lot of things. Um, and but yeah, you know what I mean? But if you do find yourself in financial difficulty, pray. The amount of times I have donated my last tenner to someone on YouTube and then I do get a flood of abundance because God's not going to fucking see you do it. But it's if you're never sort of keeping the energy moving, it doesn't always need to be towards the same people. But you know what I mean? There's something in that. That's how I'm sitting here because it's like, and remember, my take on this will be quite unique and different from a lot of people because part of my journey is like, it's my abundance comes in through teaching people about money and the things I'm saying right now. And it's like, I'm not getting a constant money flow. Like I said, it's my Neptune in Capricorn and my Jupiter in Capricorn. I'm like a little lucky charm for other people making money in business and stuff like that. But my Neptune in Capricorn, my money comes in from being genuine and helping people. Helping people do that. That's so funny. Release resentments about money. Do you know what I mean? So most things in this deck I do agree with, but I don't think it's not as easy for everyone as it is for other people. And it does, and that's when you have to be even more grateful all the time. And I do attract a lot of people like that. You'll know what I'm saying. You've worked really hard to work through money blocks, to do this, that, and everything. Again, if you don't know my whole story, that's why I say, one of the most annoying things is I could have had a cushy wee part-time fucking counselling job. Didn't work out like that, did it? So when I am struggling, I can't rely on that because I have to. Do you know what I mean? So but then that taught me to be grateful and be grateful when I am having fruitful months and, be fucking wise when I'm not, kind of thing. Um, God, I'm quite here for this message. So, power of prayer. Give this situation to God for uplifting and healing and be open to miracles. So, if you're struggling for money financially, for bills, it doesn't mean you fucking book a session with me or anyone else. If you're just struggling to pay your fucking rent, you know what I mean? It's like, pray and be like, I don't know why this is happening. Like, please send me clients or send me, I don't know, some kind of fucking, so, send me a miracle, all, you know what I mean? Put it out there and be open. Heaven's unlimited resources, love and answers are awaiting your prayers. Be sure to act upon the divine guidance God gives to you in response to your prayers. But it's more important that I had, wait a minute, said that to Barbie and then that came out. Release resentments about money. Yes, the money system of the world can seem upsetting, but holding resentments about finances just pushes your abundance away. Instead, see money as a tool you can use to better the world, and this shift will help you attract support and golden opportunities. But I'm going to put a different spin on that. I think it's as well, a lot of people don't pay for things like this because they just see it as a party trick. And that annoys me for my other fellow people that do things like this. But it annoys me for myself too, because I'm not just fucking sitting here for a laugh, pulling cards for entertainment. I know it does entertain people too. But I am a counsellor, a hypnotherapist, blah, 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 shaman, Reiki master, all these different things. Do a lot more than a lot of other people do. And I mix it in my own unique way, along with my experience on the Twin Flame journey. It's like, but other people aren't going to respect you if you don't respect yourself. And the people that don't respect how good you are at what you do aren't your people. When you level up, they'll level up with you. Doesn't mean you can't help other people. That, like I said, I'm always helping people that seem to have no money and people that do have money. And people like myself that you're in or you're out, and I made it work. When I want to do something that's a lot of money, I'll make it work somehow. I might, even if I have to wait 6 months, 9 months, a year in some cases, but I'll get that session because I'm going to set a goal and I'm going to reach it. I might not reach it in the same systematic, masculine, kind of very sensible way that other people do, and I respect people that can do it like that, maybe. But I'll get there in some way, It'll be a little bit of that. It'll be half and half. It'll be like I've planned it, and then I'll get a big client out of nowhere, and then I'll be like, yes, now I can put it towards that for myself, or now I can pay it towards all that debt. I'm going to have fuck all left, but all that debt will be gone. Do you know what I'm saying? Everyone does it a little bit differently, so. Wow, okay. Now I want to go, basically, because it's late. But I'll read the rest of these. So, keep the energy high vibing collectively. Hypervigilance is a paper thin line between the two. I agree though, exactly. I try to never want to take advantage of people. I think you probably realise with my career what happened. No, I don't. This is what I mean, Barbie. Like, I don't have a clue. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to think. Do you not work in a jail or something? So no, I'm not a mind reader. I'm a psychic, I'm a seer, but you know what I'm saying? It's like you're going to need to tell me your story in private when it's the right time. So, I've got to go, but always divinity at its finest is guiding me here today and for all involved. Yeah, thank you, absolutely, Gretchen, because you've been beautiful in your comments today, and I hope you got something from the message as well. Um, That's what I love doing, helping others. I've been on hold in my new job too. It's like I'm stuck. Yeah, I can feel that, but just like I've already said, like just watch with that because oh wait a minute, I remember I was going to read these. I feel there is something. It's fear. Like fear really does have a hold on you, and you'll have your reasons for that. So, but you're gonna. This is what's frustrating for me. You're gonna have to push through the fear to get on that call with me and trust. Yes, Barbie, you have also asked me that several times. My email is in every single info video of I do, and it's also always in every single comments of the big videos that I do in the lives, so it'll be the same as this one. Um, That's what I mean. That is a block of yours. Like, that is fear talking again. But forgive me for the brutal, blunt way it's coming out, but that is a clock everything. Right, so, because it's not, you're not doing it on purpose, but I'm pointing out to you that yeah. Because yeah, it's just the truth. Right, so this is the wee things that I read from earlier, right? So I'm going to read these and then I'm going to go because it's 10 to 12. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, do you know how late this is for me, people? Anyway, it's fine. I did think it was going to be late. Because it's like tomorrow's like my Saturday and Sunday, it's fine. Right, so to help you take the wisdom offered and put it to best use in your life now, do this healing trick to clear obstacles to putting this guidance into place. So, if we want to do this, I hope the lol means you're taking my tough love with again. I'm just like I said, I'm just the messenger. You know, it's coming out brutally, and I'm witnessing it coming out brutally. But it helps people, right? So as long as people know me well, if you just come across this, you'd be like, "Fuck, I'm not here for this." But it's like it's not always like this, but it's coming out tonight like this. So imagine, visualize, feel, or pretend that there is a soft, white, fluffy cloud in front of you now. It is like a massive cleansing puff made of white light. Well, that's like my own visualization. You can imagine, visualize, feel, or pretend that you can hold this fluffy cleansing puff in your hand and wash yourself from top to toe. Yeah, so it's like when I get people to imagine the tornado. As you gently scrub yourself with white light cleansing puff, with the white light cleansing puff, you wipe anything away that is not true for you. It just wipes off, just as if you were scrubbing a window clean from dirt. Open up the dirty window, let the light illuminate. Reach in, something, you know what I mean? No one else can do it for you. No one else can. The rest is still unwritten. That one. So the light can be seen through clearly. If you need to focus on a particular part of your body or mind, then just make some extra scrubbing motions with invisible cleansing cloud in those places. Do this for as long as feels good to you, or you can imagine the tornado whirling above your head, going over your head, over your chakras, over all your body, going down your legs. I'm just doing it fast, just to get on with this. Going down your feet, release, release, release all the negative energy, other people's crap, your own crap, your limiting beliefs, especially with what's came out tonight. If you keep, if you do any of the things that I've said today that you're like, shit, I do that, or I've done that, or recognize the fear at whatever spoke to you. I've said a lot of things here. And I'm taking on some of this for myself, but a lot of it is my past self. Do you know what's coming to mind as well? Shit or get off the pot as well. I don't like that saying, but that's meaning something to someone too. I think it's basically, it's like at some point we get sick of our own shit. You keep saying you're going to do something, you don't do it, right? Or you get sick of other people saying they're going to do something, they don't do it. It's like, you don't want to be cut like, oh, right then, whatever. It's like, do you know what I mean? Um, it's quite funny the way it's coming through. Um, so do this for as long as feels good to you. Then say, from this day, I wash away anything untrue I've had to do or say. I choose to free myself to be me and all my beautiful, crazy divinity. Exactly like you see me do on every single live stream. I'm a true divine feminine energy. I go with the flow, no matter how weird it goes. And if you think this is weird, hang around for the next month of Aquarius season, because Aquarius is weird and wonderful. And I'm going to own that shit. Probably more than I ever have. I'm only joking. It'll just be the same as every Aquarius. Well, it won't be actually. It will be brand new because I am reborn again all the time because I've got Scorpio rising conjunct my Pluto. And especially because I've healed through even more than what I have the previous year, especially because I just watched all the after films and I did not shed a tear. I am not made of stone. I normally cry at that uncontrollably. But what that says to me is I've healed a lot of that. I've cleared enough because I didn't cry at all. And it's very sad if you've seen all those films. Um, So, repeat whenever you've been hiding your light or playing games because you forgot to be yourself and how gorgeous you truly are. Oh my God, I'm loving that. We need to pass that. We need to pass those vibes to Helena in Love Island. And I'll just need to watch that tomorrow. Unless I could stay in here and watch it. Oh no, I'm watching it tomorrow. That's, yeah. See, this might have fucked up my routine. I hope people appreciate that. I was liking that routine and this might have fucked it up. I might need to sleep in. I can't sleep in. I've got to get the dog. But what I can do is I can get her and go back to my bed until her walk. But I'm not going to do that. I'll just suck it up and then go to my bed early. So say the following affirmation aloud to boost the power of this message to integrate it in your body, mind, and soul. You can say it in the morning or evening for a few days or even a few months, or just at the end of your healing trick. It's so good to be me. That's it. It's so good to be me. What comes up for you when you say that? You don't need to answer in the chat, but just think about it in your mind. Do you feel that's true? If you say to yourself, it's so good to be me. Or do you feel like, oh my God, that's a bit big-headed? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at what comes up when you say that. It's so good to be me. I love being me. I love who I am. I love myself unconditionally. I love my life. I'm beautiful. I'm something. I'm free. Like, that's a Robbie Williams song, isn't it? But you know what I'm saying? It's like, just notice what comes up in you and where that might come from. Is it the people around you have made you feel like it's not good to be you? You're not good the way you are. You need to change. We don't like you the way you. We only like you when you do what we want you to do. Conditional love. You know what I'm saying? Deep shit, guys. Right, now we're going to read The Velvet Queen, 25, and then I'm going to go. And I am going to eat something, even though it's nearly midnight. Wee midnight snack. And I do want to watch. Wonder if I could watch it on my. Oh! That's funny. Who booked while I was giving the. Somebody booked while I was watching the. But wait a minute, what is that? Wait a minute, I'll need to look at this after because I'm like, that's hilarious. I just seen. Ah, interesting. Hey, I'm loving that, right? Oh, there you go. You don't mind saying it was you. That's weird, Marie, because I actually said earlier that CP you've just I just that's crazy. I don't even, unless you were here and you weren't talking. I said earlier, people don't people don't book the unlisted, but I wish they would because I want to do more of them in the winter. And then look, you've just and people never book them. They never do. Charlotte booked the overview for the year of the horse one. But yeah, so yeah, keep that coming, people. But yes, I look forward to doing that. But there you go. So that's really quite funny because I did seriously say that. It was either in this one or the other one. Um I'll probably be doing that towards the end of the week or next week, though, to be fair, because need to rest the voice, Pisces moon, and it, but it's Aries moon Friday, so I'll either get that done Friday or next again. But right. Oh no, it's this one. Did I read these other comments? I'll email you. I promise. I prefer blunt honesty. Right, don't Barbie. I take promises seriously. So if you're promising you're going to email me, I better be seeing an email. Now, bear in mind, it doesn't need to be a booking, but you better fucking email. Don't make promises you can't keep. I do take promises very seriously. Um, because you've said you're going to email before and you don't email. So I'm going to look out for that. Um, I love how the cards are going with it. Yeah, because the cards just back me up. It's just God speaking through me, and then my guides and the angels and loved ones of spirit just pick the cards that show you I'm not a liar, basically. That's the way I see it. It's so good to be me. No, I never heard you say. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's cool how that works. It's on and off. Realistically, I need about 3 hours. But the point is, Marie, that's somewhere to start. And also because we've not connected for a while, that's quite a good thing to do to get an unlisted. And then so we've not caught up live and I'll just do my thing and see what comes through. And then you'll be like, oh my God, with whatever your guides and loved ones and that say, and then you know what I mean? So sometimes people that's a good way to do it. Because although Marie knows I'm real, it's quite, it's quite good. Uh, because I've said before, although I've liked doing live sessions, but I actually, when I used to have more of a need for that, I used to like the unlisteds because you can take it in more. But then what I found, and this was years ago now, if you really, really connect with someone, it can get a bit addictive and you don't want to become too reliant on it. And like I said, you don't blame it on the person, but unfortunately, some people read it like it's about it fucking happened tomorrow. And well, some of these things that really resonate for me were like 4 and 5 years ago, and I do believe they were real. But there's some people like me, it could read the future like really fucking far in advance. So it's like, do you know what I'm saying? It's amazing what we can do there, but it's helpful and it's not helpful because it's like, it could be fucking ages away, is what I'm saying. But what I say to people is, I feel it's a lot closer for many people like than what you think. But again, who knows? That's why you got to live your own fucking journey. I'm just turning up and fucking helpful, whatever. But at least help you a little bit of your life. Well, it's better than what some other fucking folk are doing. You know what I'm saying? Right. So let's read this. I'll catch up the rest of these and then I do. But situations sometimes suck. See, you're booking and sticking to your healing and boundaries. Yes, absolutely. I know I'm going to email. Right. Okay. Yeah, and thanks again for that, Minnie. That was that was funny, but it's quite funny, right? Because see the rant, but it's still the channeling that came out. I done when was that? 2 weeks ago or something. I found it quite funny that somebody booked right after that as well. So it's like that feeling the wrath of God or that chat that comes through. So some people do need that energetic kick up the ass, and it always does come. Well, it's Capricorn seasons, is what we're just ending today. But most of the time it's once a month in the Capricorn moon that they'll make me do that about money and business and respecting stuff like that. And because it's fucking true and not many people do. And like I said, I really get passionate about healing businesses. Because, especially if you're doing this stuff too, it's like you got to really sort of look at all of that. Like, do you invest in other healers, or do you just sort of do that all the time? You're like, oh yeah, you need it, but I don't. I'm not that kind of person. Like, anything I'm saying to other people, therapy, healing, I've had all that myself too. And when I need more, I go and get it. Do you know what I'm saying? I invest in courses, whether I do free stuff, paid stuff. I'll hold my own courses at people that we're always continually growing and learning. Nobody's above any of this. So watch out. Someone's like, oh, I don't need to do anything else. You know what I mean? It's like, no. Because like I said, I'm like the best I've felt in a long fucking time, but it's mostly because I've fucking lost all that fucking weight I was carrying. But I had been working at that for years and I had worked on the trauma first, doing a lot of somatic movement, trauma release. Therefore, when I was doing the same things, it's all just dropped off because I've been working it for years, so there's a lot in it. Right, okay, I'm going to read this. Gonna go. But it's not fair because, like I said, I've been able to help other people lose weight on spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, financial, like that wasn't the same for me. See what I mean about I always have to work a bit hard. So, but I got there in the end. So, um, I release all fears and judgments I have ever made in this or any lifetime. Oh, this feels like a biggie. We're clearing vows of poverty. We're clearing vows of fucking not good enough. We're clearing vows of everything. One of your shorts I saw literally had me crying. It resonated so much. Was that recently? Oh, well, I'm glad and I'm sorry at the same time. Um, I release all fears and judgments I have ever made in this or any lifetime about material possessions, fear of loss, fear of greed, fear of distraction, fear of attachment. I open my hands and heart to receive all I need when I need it, for as long as I need it, to live my beautiful and unique life path. OMG. Is that or is that not tying together everything I've said about your unique life path, Not everybody's is the same. I've given loads of examples how mine isn't the same, whether it's business, money, the way I work with clients, the way, just, yeah, you know what I mean? I can be boring if we're all the same, but, and other people I've worked with. And I think that ties in about watch out for your fear of changing and become more empowered and haven't got the money. And it's like, right, well, how come you've got money for this, that, and that, but you've not got the money to do the thing that's actually going to empower you to stop self-sabotaging? Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got an answer for everything. Don't try me, guys. I'll deliver it in a gentle way, but I've fucking heard it all over the past 11 years this year. That's what I get more than most. I've not got any money. I've not got. Why am I attracting all the people with no fucking money? And then it'll be the same people that somebody will tell me through the grapevine you were out at the fucking weekend splashing all your cash. You know what I'm saying? That's not the case for everyone, but that's literally real life case scenarios. Real life scenarios that have happened. And I'm saying that funny. It's not funny. Like, that's really disrespectful. I have had people do that over the years, and it's like, you're not fucking taking the piss out of me. Or you might got to do it once, you're not doing it again. Do you know what I mean? But that's self-sabotage too. So like, that was years ago, but it's happened with people. And they never come back and chat. They might lurk and watch. And I forgive anyone that's ever done anything like that, but it's, there's lots of different reasons why people do that. Like I said, it is overall it's a shame, but and think about it, I could have actually ripped away payment plans and everything because of people doing that, but I didn't. And believe me, I can act now. I'm being flooded with worse. There's people that have said, "Oh, when I come into all this money that I'm definitely getting, I'll give you back," and they're fucking gone for dust. Right, so you are now going to visualize, imagine, feel, or pretend that you can breathe in and out through your entire body. You can inhale deeply, not only through your mouth or nose, but also through your skin. As you inhale gently, you take off the gift of life. As you exhale gently, not only out of your mouth and nose, but also out of your pores of your skin. You can easily release what you no longer need, even if you don't consciously know what that is. Do this for several moments. That was all quite complicated, that, so just whatever you got from it. So, I'm just going to read the last of the comments and I'm going to try and go because I need to go now. Would have loved to have been in the chat more tonight, but brain fog is very bad for endo. Yeah, you've got to take care of yourself because that is brutal. Like I said, I have not been diagnosed with that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I do eventually get diagnosed with that because I am utter agony every month. So I have that to look forward to every month. But I wouldn't be surprised if the pain isn't as bad after my fasting and stuff, because I've noticed that stuff does sort that out. I won't speak too soon. And I also don't tell people when it's my time of the month, so. Because you shouldn't, because they can attack you more, so. I need some work within, I really do. We all do, Barbie, but you will do it when you're ready. 2 or 3, but just don't be the person that's leaving it like forever more, like what I've said. 2 or 3 was ago. What? 2 or 3 was ago? What were you talking about? Everything seriously confirmation. 2 or 3 weeks ago. All right. I think I know what you're talking about because I think you left some quite intense comments. I think I know what you're talking about. Right. Right, when you feel relaxed and clearer, say this statement 3 times. So you can just listen to what I'm saying or you can say it out loud. I receive a sweet and rare prize destined to be mine through the power of love divine. Oh, that's it. That's your twin flame. I receive a... Oh, actually, this is for the masculine. So if you're the masculine, male or female, I receive a sweet and rare prize destined to be mine through the power of love divine. Because a masculine men and women can fall into a lot of fear, which is, again, don't get me started on that. That'd be like another 4 hours. But that is kind of confusing, isn't it? It's like, how come a masculine fear that comes up quite a lot, whether it's male or female, collective or personal, is fear of abandonment and fear of like the divine feminine running off for someone else. And it's like, hang on a minute, I'm pretty sure that's what you done to the divine feminine. Do you know what I mean? But it's because that is that kind of, some people do it before it's going to be done to them, even though it wasn't going to be done to them. But it's like, surely if anyone's got a right to be afraid that that's going to happen, it's actually the other person. But if you've done the work as a divine feminine empress or whatever you are, emperor, you would be securely attached, secure within yourself, and you'd be like, well, do you know what? If my twin flame ain't going to climb to the top of the tree to pick me, that is the apple, change the fruit, and they want to do a bit of the work, stop midway, pick somebody else that's easier, or do none of the work, pick the low hanging fruit, or do even less work and pick the rotten fruit, well, that's on them. And, I can't control people, and, good luck with that. But we read the stories on how that works out eventually, and, I don't think that's the best option, but, let go. But do you know what I'm saying? It's like when you've done the work, you value yourself, you love yourself unconditionally, and you're like, that's sad, but you know what I mean? Um, yeah. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. I will email you tonight. You're very welcome. And like I said, there'll be lots of people out there that are just as afraid as you, and so it's great when people do share that are scared. And if you don't know me, please don't be scared and think I'm this harsh all the time. It's just coming through quite harsh. It's scaring me a little bit. It's a lot. Trust me, if you were born on the last, if someone's got a birthday today, they'd be a bit like this. It's like if you were born on the last of Capricorn, people would just be this. It's kind of like it's like boss energy, do you know what I mean? But the thing it does it kind of works, you know what I mean? It kicks people's ass. Like we all need a bit of an energetic ass kicking at times. Um, yeah, but what I feel they're saying about that, let's get the masculine card, is it's destined for you. Like, so people can't take what's destined for you, not forever. Patience. It is safe to wait. We're just going to pretend we didn't see that. A lot of you have waited long enough. I'm only joking. Take it as it resonates. What am I looking for here? I knew, honestly, I feel like I've been tricked into staying in here for on here for fucking ages. Where are the? I knew when I was taking the next couple of days off, it was. If you're questioning it, you already know the answer, and it's a guy pushing over a wee envelope. Now, to me, this looks like divorce papers, or it's something that somebody never said. Those could be combined actually, but it's kind of like, you know what I mean? There's unspoken words here that somebody's like getting ready to push towards you. You're the one I regret, I can't let go of. I regret that I can't let go of you. I tried to, I can't. Endings aren't always endings because I never wanted it to end, so I left it unfinished. If I'd cherished you more, would we have made it? I wonder if I had given this a chance, would we have made it? Because I now realised we're destined for each other. Oh my god. This is just a bit much, isn't it? Say the following affirmation, right? We're going to read this and I'm going to go, right? So, but can you say that without the. Because there's a way to say, notice when I said it's on them, hopefully I wasn't saying it in a nasty way. It's just kind of like, you've got to let go of control. And the last degrees of a Capricorn sun, that is that's very controlling energy. It would be hard for someone with that to let go, but you have to let go of control. Um, And like I always say, if you are doing the work, but you have to be doing the work, then they will eventually be doing the work too. But the time delay can be brutal there. So, just saying, if you know, you know. But it is what it is. That's what they say in Love Island. Right, so say the following affirmation aloud to boost the power of this message and to integrate in your body, mind, and soul. You can say it morning or evening for a few days or even months. Just oh my god, this is all a bit much. You can do that if you want, but I'm strong and I've surrendered into the perfection of life's loving grace. I am strong and I've surrendered into the perfection of life's loving grace. That was the masculine's one. I think our work is done here. I'm just having a wee. Where did I put them? It's a horrible kind of heat in here now, though. I mean, I really am magic. Have you seen how long I've held my pee in? Like, this is it's not healthy. You shouldn't do that. That's why. Because everything I do, I clear with the violet flame. Some of you may feel very connected to this too, or anyone can call on it. By the way, the name Paul has come up in loads of songs. Paul Heaton and Jackie Abbott. You and me, we're meant to be together. It's the guy on I need a little time to think it over. I need a little time. I think that's him. Yeah. You and me were meant to be together. That fit with what I was saying. Violet flame activation. Yeah, so I would say with how long, whenever I'm on these for a really long time, it was because there was some major energy needing cleared with the violet flame. And I feel it's some of these dodgy karmic situations I've just picked up on earlier. Yeah, look, for the high priest to come in their personal empowerment, that's from the one earlier. This keeps coming out in reverse. Take responsibility. And that was, look at that. That's crazy. You said accountability, which is basically the same thing. Some of these people are needing to take accountability and personal responsibility, and that's what they're working through to come in their empowerment. And some of these people are you, whether you're a man or a woman. Just keeping real, keeping it real. One with self blossoming, but it's in reverse too. Someone's in the process of being the phoenix rising, going through the healing process, not ready to speak their truth, express themselves just yet because it's in reverse. Healing inner child wounds in reverse, but they are doing it. Reprogram your soul, release, raise, reclaim. That was the first card on the, you know what I mean? That's the message is. Don't assume that people aren't out there doing the work when they are. They're just not ready yet. And that's maybe why that said wait and patient. And there'll be a reason for each and everyone's different things. And actually, going by earlier, some of them are protecting you from, well, go and watch that and you'll see what. Like, you know, some people are being stalked, and then that means they could be stalking you as well. And it just makes sense. Yeah, some people will be staying away from you because, oh, fuck those, all of that shit. Emotions are running high. Supermoon. Time for you to go night night. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, look, work through your feelings. Aries moon is Friday. Take a breather. So for the next couple of days, when that moon moves into Pisces, take a breather. That's what I'll be doing. And then look, be bold and make the first move. So that's quite interesting, right? I think with this message, right, some of them it's common sense that some people are doing the healing and won't be out of this for a while. And some people, it could be a matter of days and then boom. And actually, some people it actually really is less than a week. It's like a week, I would say. I mean, don't hold me to that, by the way, guys. But what I'm meaning is it's because of Neptune going into Aries. There will be big shifts in the collective and in personal situations. And that's either born in the USA or it's born in the USA. That just came on. This is the same playlist. I mean, it's just I just honestly, it does feel like I'm trapped in some kind of matrix in that way because it's like since they got rid of MTV, it's like whatever now 80s keeps playing. That's a way to drive people crazy. I'm being serious. I'm a hypnotherapist. That could actually drive people demented. I think we'll just rely on Spotify now, to be honest. Because I just do find it really depressing that they done away with So anyway, let's pull one of these. This was a good mediumship Monday because this was the first long one that I've done since I got back to it. Protection. Yeah, I don't use these very often, so but it feels like it's been very detective-y, so let's get one of these. Yeah, she told me I was masculine, yeah, because it's blindingly fucking obvious. But what's a bit complicated with you, Barbie, is you both come through with a lot of masculine wounding, if I'm honest. So it's like, but yeah, if you've got all them, yeah, you've used, you know what I'm saying? Like, yous all talk very similar when you're sharing things. It's just obvious. I've got a stalker. Yeah, I've got several men and women. Like, just just leave them to it. Do you know what I mean? If that's what makes them happy, I think you all need therapists. I'm looking, you know what I'm saying? But seriously, because it's like whether it's like professionally being gel, well, you put the hard work in and you get where you need to be in your own life path. Whether it's people from my past that I don't know, you're having a wee lurk in a stalk and hating on me for your own bit like again issues. Um, yeah, I think we've all got some sort of like seriously, it's kind of weird. Um, yeah. I've got in, I find it creepy because, for a while I didn't click, but I've known for years now. Like I've said before, I have been online now for over 10 years. And I used to go live in some of the big spiritual groups, like private ones, but also like ones that are quite public and massive. Like I've said this before, but I went live in the Hay House one all the time. Think about how many people were in that at the time. Think about how many people are in it now. The last I knew years ago, you weren't allowed to do it anymore. But nobody had the balls to do it anyway because it was massive. But I did, and there was a couple of other people that did. And people could have stalked me that long if I was doing that like that long ago. People have literally, and there's a difference from following someone's journey and supporting them and feeling connected to them and stalking. And let me tell you, I've had some people put a lot of fucking effort into that shit, soak up my arse, book sessions, make out they're a nice person, and then boom, the mask drops, fucking narcissist attack. It's happened. It happens. Um, but I'm hoping very much the last time it happened was the last time. But yeah, that's why I can help people with work shit that goes down too. Doesn't happen all the time, but it seems to happen every 3 years because it's the Saturn cycles. But yeah, there's a lot of fucking weirdos out there, so calling a spade, that need healing. I'll put that, these people need healing and support and prayers, but they don't need to get that from me because I think that's going a little bit too far. If somebody's stalking you, sending you negative energy, doing weird, dodgy black magic and whatever else to you, they can go and get healing for somebody else. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's witchcraft. It's watching people hating on them and wishing them ill is sick, and it's only going to come back at you. And if you're doing it to people that are out here doing God's work, I pray for you big time because it's not going to be pretty, the karma that comes with that. And this is again Sun and Capricorn consequences. Take responsibility. That means that with them coming through that harsh, that means some of these people are still watching. Don't want them to be, but I can feel it. We are indeed 80s babies. Thank you so much. Yes, you're welcome. Right, let's get one of these. Oh my god. Do you know what? There's a jealousy card in this. There's a fucking card that says jealous or something. Oh, it's going to come out. Right, please. Well, look. Just give us whatever needs to be heard. What do we need from this deck? Air. We can handle air. Because, oh, interesting. We go into the air sign of Aquarius tomorrow. And relief. I'm relieved we didn't get one of the thingers. Stalkers could be using that time to get therapy. Exactly. You know what I mean? And we're not talking about twin flame stalkers. Sorry, that'll be triggering, but do you know what I'm saying? We're not talking about twin flames that are stalking their twin. Sorry, I did say so. We're not talking about twin flames that watch their twin flames because that's different. It's like you're intrigued by that person because they're the other half of your soul, and you might not be able to work out why you can't stop fucking watching them, but that's why. Of course, some fucking know that, like, but it's like, and again, that's a real thing because remember there was a card I pulled earlier. It was like, I think I'm obsessed with you. Like, some people can get genuinely freaked out by it. 90s baby, but close enough. Right, yes, exactly. We've got lots of 90s babies. Wait a minute, there's a card in here that's like, you activated my soul. Your perfection. Ah, but you see, this is very Venus conjunct Pluto. Some people can put you on such a pedestal because that's what feeling obsessed. It's like, oh my God, I'm obsessed with this person. Like when I come, it's like a famous person. It's like when I come face to face with them, I'm not gonna be able to talk. Do you know what I mean? It's like you've got to fucking ground yourself. Do you know what I mean? Your beauty amazes me. I'm not sure how I attracted in someone like you, but I'm forever grateful. That's how everyone feels about their twin flame, whether it's a man or a woman. Oh my God, I'm leaving. This is the karmic shit. I'm leaving. I'm ready to leave a situation or mindset that has not served me or hindered my growth. Let me go is in reverse. I don't want you to let them go, but they have been playing games. This is a game to me, the way I'm acting, responding, or posting it to get your attention online, but that's what dismissive avoidant people will do. They'll be like dropping hints and trying to trigger you through other situations and doing indirect things. And if you're on, social media together, it'll be like posting things and directing it. It's all there's all these different things. I don't feel any of them are right. Okay, so right, let's read these and then I'm going because throat's a bit sore now. I'm crying. I truly feel like this was divinely guided tonight. Barbie, everything I do is divinely guided. My spontaneous I might bring that back actually. My spontaneous live streams used to be called divinely. Well, actually, my daily videos were called Daily Divine Guidance, and my my lives were called Divinely Timed. So everything's divinely timed that I do. And also that's why it's like, when I stop the star sign ones, when I get to Libra, it'll just be a month of that. But actually, it won't be so divinely timed because I think I'm going to make it a set time. Because of what I said about people are only watching their live streams. I cut off a friend claiming to be a warlock. I told him God doesn't play about me. Oh God, that sounds a bit dark. Maybe that was a good call. Wow, thank God, relief. Right, okay, so air. Logic, critical thinking, facts, information. Basically Aquarius season. Research and reasoning are required at this time. You may also need more information before proceeding. Drawing this card asks you to call on the element of air to help you in finding healthy resolutions. Meditate with this symbol to call on more of the air element in your life. Enhance logical thought and inspire new ideas. Use incense, channel writing, journaling to enhance the power of this element. That's the symbol. This is the alchemical symbol for air. But like I said, it's because we're about to go into the air sign. And I'm not so perfect. Nobody is. Oh look, there's a jealousy card though. Envy, jealousy, and bad vibes. This card comes as a warning that all is not as it seems, or maybe it is. There may be some jealousy being presented or projected at you at this time. Fear not, this warning is here to provide you with enough distance to take the necessary action to protect your heart, mind, and energy. Or perhaps the good old compare and despair monster has got you wishing or longing for what another has or one is doing. They may read it because it's relevant to what's come through. Sometimes the jealousy is within you. There's a powerful time to check in and see where you may be feeling inadequate or as if something is missing. Meditate to shield yourself from negative thoughts, envy, or jealousy. Nazar is a word deriving from Arabic language meaning sight, surveillance, attention, or other related concept. An eye-shaped amulet is believed to protect against evil eye. Interesting. Right. 12. Relief. The end of suffering or hard times. Oh, thank God. And that's because we're in the last of Capricorn season, and that is as rough as, it's not as rough as it gets, but it's pretty fucking rough. The end of suffering, because I would count as rough as it gets, like Scorpio season or Pisces, personally. Like, I feel a lot of people really struggle when it's like Pisces sun, Scorpio moon. Or like the other combination, you know what I mean? A lot of water, because that's a lot of feelings. I think, who's the she now? I think she stalks me, getting chill bumps. A much needed relief or break in the energy, miracles, rescue, and reprieve. Now, the other thing that Pisces is about, as well as confusion, illusion, unconditional love, it's also surrender, let go for a miracle. Whether it's a money miracle or a love miracle or whatever else. Meditate on the symbol, which all seems too much. when it all seems too much. Feel it blast out the negative as you call in the strength in your heart. That's a good thing to do over the Pisces moon. And also it's 12 and the 12th house Pisces. End strife is an Icelandic magical stave associated with ending suffering and calming anger. Oh, that's what the symbol is. Past life stuff could be holding you back. Book a past life regression with me, because I do that. If you didn't realise I was meeting with me or with anyone, because they're great, but people seem to love mine. Holy fuck, I think we're done here. But raging that I have not been able to watch Love Island tonight, but it gives me something to watch other than Sex in the City, which I have seen each and every episode about 1,000,000 times over. So don't you worry about me. I will watch Love Island. I think I'm actually going to binge watch the one, you know. Oh no, I done that yesterday. I can't do that again. I might just do it though. I'm going to watch a few of them. Right, but I'm going to love you and leave you. So this was a lengthy one, and it was what it needed to be. I think it's time to turn her off. If you didn't see that earlier. My little angel that my angel mum gave me. Oh, it's not going off. Oh. And yes, thank you, God. You're welcome. I know you said thank you to me earlier. You said, but like, yeah, God said you're welcome, basically. But you're welcome from me too. It was just funny the way you said thank you, God, and I'm like, you're welcome. I am not God around here. I am just a fellow sovereign soul. But right, anyway. So his whomever he is or was she. Oh right, yeah. Oh God, yeah. Well, I don't think you're alone on that one. I think, you know, from what came through earlier, but like I said, we'll pray for those people because tell you what, we'll pray for them, but we'll also see what comes out of this. Because I'm being serious, although it's like it's like, you know, I'm laughing out of nerves. It's like it's going to come from someone in somewhere, whether someone's jealous about business or love, or like I've said before, if you're trying to toxically hold on to somebody just because, or even worse, the people that don't want to be with someone but they don't want them to be where they want to go, like that's really fucking fucked up. Like it's like people that have kids together that try to hold their person back but they don't even want them. Like, what do you think, that you fucking own them or something? Your kids are watching that, however many you've got. It's toxic. But loads of people do it. But it makes you wonder, have they seen that within their own family? Have they seen that it's normalised? You know what I mean? Um, and if you try to hold somebody back in that way, again, you will pay. Karma will bite you in the ass if it hasn't already. And again, that's the Capricorn Sun token. That's karma. Thank you. Seriously, I truly appreciate you. You're welcome. Wow, that's really neat you do that too. Oh my god, you did not know that I do that. I do. There's, honestly, it's blown my mind the amount of people that have been following me for ages that don't know I do. I mean, it doesn't. The last session I had, that's not the same because that woman was new to me, but she didn't realise I was a therapist. But yes, I do past life regression too. Right, okay, what have we got from this deck? Any warnings? Any last hammer? What's that about? Sabotage and rebuild, persistent, working on it, repairing. So I feel that's just backing up what was coming through about people are working on themselves. poker face, so don't be fooled if you think people aren't doing the work. Taking a chance, risk and options, not showing hand gambling. Can't read my poker face. Well, that could also connect to the one earlier. Blowing a kiss, unconditional love, giving and receiving, fairness and love, affection returned. They're having a wee kiss behind a balloon. The butterfly, evolving and growth, next phase, healing the inner child, releasing the past. Right, I'm going now because that feels a nice place to leave it. Unconditional love, which is what twin flames are all about, giving and receiving equally, fairness and love, affection returned, not you pouring all your love and energy to somebody that's running like fuck into the arms of everyone else and telling you they don't want to do you. They could still be your twin flame doing that, by the way, but use discernment. Some of them they might not be, and and like I say all the time, even if you know that is your twin flame, take them at face value, and then it's that's to be harsh. That is your problem. If they say, "Leave me alone, I don't want to do you," well, they're going to wake up and regret that when they're like, "Oh shit, I hope they didn't take me seriously. I just needed a bit of space." But this is if you're real twin flames, this is all stuff you'll be able to work through. But you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Healing the inner child, releasing the past. It's fear. People do a lot of crazy shit through fear. Not today, but it's in the verse. That could mean it is today. Date. Somebody gets asked out on a date today or tomorrow, let me know. Addiction. Codependent. Obsessed. Look, they've made me talk about obsession because it is Pluto conjunct Venus in Aquarius. Obsession and restraint, possession, control, emotional block. It's both. This is in the shorts, and like I said, it's for the rest of the week's shorts. There's a weird mix of toxic, karmic people that are obsessed and stalking the twin flames. In some cases, both of you, and in some cases, it's karmic friends and stuff. Just people that are obsessed with whatever's about to happen next. Which is not the same as being invested in the story and excited in that. There's a difference. There's some people are watching, not wanting it to happen, willing it to not happen. Some people are worried because they've been a big part of the reason why it's not happened. And then there's people that are managing to get through all of that to get to each other. And we pray for all the unions, all day, every day. Oh, and then some people manage to get right to the end. Engagement ring. Higher commitment, eternity, partnership, and union completion. Yeah, some people manage to get right to the end and reach union. And because they've went through the transformation. Light-hearted and adapt, finding out and change, things coming to light and heal. Trust me, Pluto conjunct Venus, the Sun in Aquarius, all hanging out together. The sun is being shone on some dark situations and the dark and the light, basically. Soul connection, partnership, soul contract, life partner. Yeah, but some people chose a soulmate. And it wasn't, look, people that are wearing a mask. Keys on a ring. Wasn't meant to be long term. Mirror. And now they see who their mirror is. Mirroring each other, self-reflection, introspection, inner wounds. But it was in reverse, so remember, there's a lot coming through there. Some people are ready, some people aren't. That's what I'm getting from this. And now I'm going. It's hurtful to be used and kept with selfish intentions, yes. So don't let anybody treat you like that, whoever you are, whoever they are. But you'll only not do that when you love yourself enough to have boundaries and wait for the people that put in effort for you. You know what I mean? Whether it's love or friendships or whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm going. So if you want to book a session, there's no sessions available tomorrow or the next day. But I am working Friday. I've opened the calendar for Thursday, but if you choose to book that, email me first to see how I'm feeling, I would say. Because it's Pisces moon, I never quite know how I'm going to feel. And I just felt like I needed to open that up. Otherwise, it was meaning I was only working Friday. But, yeah. So I'm not doing it. What day's tomorrow? I'm not doing a live yeah, I'm not doing. Wait a minute, when am I doing? I think the next live is Thursday for Pisces. Yeah, because that's tomorrow. Yeah. So the next live stream, which God knows, I could be in my jammies. I've said that I'm going to start it at 7 or earlier. But I might be really early. Like I might start that at like 4:30 or 5. I'll just decide at the time. I don't want to do these later ones because it's going to fuck up. It might have already fucked up my time schedule. And then, yeah, so basically, I'll not be doing a live the next couple of days. I'm not working with clients. I'm hanging out with the dog, okay? That's what I want to do. That's what I'm doing. And also, I was asked to do it. And also, by the way, she's like, I've not even got her for long, and I didn't need to take a day off, but it's just, like I said, she's quite needy, and she's constantly by my side. She doesn't, like, she bark, yeah, she does bark a little bit, but it's not really that intrusive. But I just kind of was like, like I said, I've done a lot over the last of Capricorn, and it just makes sense. So, yeah, anyway, I'll be rested, and then I'm going to come back and do Pisces, and then I'm doing Aries, and I will start Aries probably 5 at the very latest. Again, same thing, might do it earlier because I don't want to be sitting here late on a Friday night. And we'll just, work out the rest. And if you want a session, yes, it's all in the schedule. Brandy, fuck's sake, Barbie. Maybe Brandy needs to email too. But Barbie, email as soon as you get off of this or you won't do it, right? And yeah, I can't tell you what to write, but um yeah, whatever you want to know about logistics, booking a session or that, put it in there. Just be what I would say to anyone is, do yourself just sometimes, don't write your whole life story in an email. So I can't say it any less blunt, right? Because remember, okay, so I am a shaman and I feel energy and I do this on the lives and that, but see when it comes to writing and emails, um, I have to be in the right headspace to read things, and if they're really long like that, that's quite overwhelming. And really, that's where it's anyone that is a big sign that you need a session, basically. Because then it becomes like email counselling. Do you know what I'm saying? And well, I am a counsellor, so there's something. Well, I wouldn't allow that anyway, email, but I have done that in the past. But it's kind of like, yeah. But with you specifically, you just need to do any. I would just write anything. So whatever it is you've got questions about, wondering about, and I don't mean questions as about your personal journey, because again, that's a different thing. It's just if you want to ask something about a session, you want to something like that. But yeah, just I think even just doing something would be like a big step. Get over the fear because there's something blocking you from doing that. You've been saying it for too long, and your guides are like fucking boom. Never mind your guides, it's your fucking granny. We'll blame it on your granny. She came in with that message. And I know that that's true because I just got guided to the Robin, and that's my sign for the grandmothers because that's my Nana's energy. So, okay, I'm confused on the time difference. I mean, Barbie, oh my God, I can't get off this live because I want to say something else now. That's bullshit. I'm sorry, I'm calling you out on that. That's bullshit. Everyone's got Google. I'm not giving you a right, but that is bullshit. You know how you solve that? Have you got an iPhone? What's your phone? Or have you got whatever type of phone you've got, right? We've got the world clock, right? Add in, like, look, I've got London, Austin, Minneapolis, Moncton, New York, Marseille, Paris. So these are Sydney, Louisville. These are all people I've connected with so that I know what time it is there. There's no excuse. If I wasn't using that, Google. Find out where the person is. Google it. Do you know what I'm saying? There's no excuse. Stop letting your fear win. Other people will be learning from this too. Laugh my ass off. I answer to it now. You know what I'm saying though? I promise I will. Actually, tell me right now, where do you live? I'm going to put in my world clock. Where do you live? Don't give us your exact address or anything, but. Because I know, don't get me wrong, it can get confusing sometimes. Because sometimes America go forward, like I think it's around Easter that I can't remember when that happens. It might be the change of every season, but there's some points where it fucks me up a little bit with clients and stuff, but yeah, just Google it. You know what I mean? Like that happens with me with Zoom clients, but it tells you on Zoom. No, I'm not reading it tonight, because I need to go to my bed. But just don't make it really, really long either. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there shouldn't be a need to, because that just basically screams that you need the session. I can't do the session over the email for Barbie or anyone. Right, I'm going. Love yous. See you later. Quite intense, but yeah, it is what it is, and it needed to be what it needed to be. See you later. I'm trying to end it and I can't find the thing. I love her so much and I miss you. Oh, your gran. We'll take her love. Was she into tough love? Oh, there's Zoom. Here we go. Who the hell is it? End meeting? Oh, I've never done it like this, but this should end it. Right. See you later. Yes, end meeting for all. The meeting is over. Meeting adjourned. See, that's very Saturn. That's very Capricorn sun. That's quite funny. Samsung, right. Well, Samsung has world clocks too, and Samsung has Google. So